Hey everyone, how's it going? It's RambleCast time. Let's see, September 21st. Wow, this year is going by in the fastest and slowest ways possible. But hey, on the plus side, some people are going to be spending some time in court. If you haven't followed the news, well, if you do follow the news, you'll know what I'm talking about. But we don't need to talk about the Mango Mussolini. We can go straight into talking about some tech. By the way, Corbin is not around today. He's doing some vacationing. He's out doing family time. You know, the good things, or so I'm told. Let's see, and Zach has not joined yet. He may later. I'm not exactly sure. So yeah, that's that about covers the basics. Hey David, how's it going? Okay, sorry, I could see your name pop up, but the scrolling on the window was in a weird place, so I didn't see the whole message. So anyway, actually I lied. I said that I was going to avoid, well, I kind of implied I was going to avoid politics, but I am actually going to sort of sidestep into a loosely politics related thing. Well, it's definitely politics related, but it's more of a, man, I wanted to say it's more of a meta discussion, but I can't say that now because Facebook screwed up the name Meta. Why can't they just leave things be? Anyway, I've talked about this in the past, and it's now kind of a reality. Oh, by the way, if anyone has topics, feel free to post them to the RambleCast chat room, because I do have a few, but I did not come prepared with a big list. Again, it's one of those weeks. It just feels like there's not that much to talk about. Anyway, so Gmail previously announced they were going to do this, or they were attempting this thing to deal with political mass mailing. Basically, the idea being they would create a whitelist, and any political group that was confirmed and authorized would be able to send from their email address basically as much political spam as they want, and it would reach everybody, kind of guaranteed. It could not go into spam. It would just automatically reach everybody. Now, you will be able to, at least it's implied, it's on a case-by-case basis, you'll be able to opt out of having that stuff sent straight to your inbox, which I assume means that it still goes to spam. I don't exactly know. But yeah, I look at this and I can't help but think, this is dumb. I said this before, and I still hold to it. Google really made the mistake here of saying that of basically committing to giving people, these political groups, they made the mistake of committing to just handing them a guaranteed path to your inbox. I think this is such a colossal mistake. I mean, we're talking about so many reasons why this is bad. Just to give a clear example of what I guarantee is going to happen. I don't think there's any doubt this is going to happen. One of the political parties, doesn't matter which one, this example really fits both. Either political party well, first off, I think we can safely assume they're going to be sharing emails. Their mailing lists, they used to be kind of cautious about. I think now, because there's going to be a lot of cross-mailing, and I'll explain that in a moment, I think they're going to start sharing email addresses a lot more for people that they want to contact. And what they're basically going to do, I think, is they're going to start operating on the idea that they'll spam out a huge number of emails to everybody that they possibly can, and they know full well that they are going to have a ton of people opting out, marking it as spam, saying that they don't want something. At which point, that one source is effectively burned. Now, all they have to do is start a new one. Now, at a certain point, obviously, this is going to be something that's recognized as abuse, but I think what we're going to see is so many of them are going to kind of team up and send from their own accounts. For example, let's say you've got someone who's governor in California, and they've now kind of burned their email, like they sent out a big blast to a ton of people. And so they might team up with the governor of Oregon and say, hey, I used mine, and I think a lot of people now marked it as spam, so it's not going to get much engagement anymore. Why don't I send something out through you? And, maybe it'll still be sent as if it was from the real person. But why don't I send something out as you? That way, I'm getting my message out, and I will help you in return. And, and I'm describing it as kind of a big deal. I think this will become not even a, scratch your back, if you scratch mine kind of situation. I think this is going to get a lot more just run-of-the-mill. Everyone's going to treat it as normal behavior. So, yeah, I think this is such a terrible thing. It's rife for abuse. It's begging, absolutely begging for people to start basically harassment campaigns of everybody. That's just what it's going to become. This is straight up asking people to be harassed. And there is such a simple solution, which, to be fair, Google never said that they wouldn't do this. It just hasn't been mentioned. But the simple solution, put a freaking toggle right there in your settings that says, do you accept political advertisements? No? All right, it can all go to spam. At which point, everything should just go to spam unless you signal that you want these things showing up in your email. That's it. There you go. That's the solution. This is what needs to happen. And it bothers me to no end that Google is not just laying down the law, telling people outright, here's what's going to happen. So hopefully this is fixed. We're closing in on November. Right now this program is going to get very minimal accessibility, and I think I don't think it's on purpose. I think the timing just is coincidental. But going into 2024, basically the beginning of the year in 2024, we're going to see this really get pushed to its limits. I think anyone campaigning is going to be raging with their spam, and they're going to be running so many organized political groups with email rights that every time they want to send out spam, they'll just send it from a different group address, and no one will be able to block anything, which inherently that's the problem. So yeah, that's my theory on this. So David, can you block them and have future emails go to spam? As they described it originally, no. They have not gone into further detail to suggest that there was a way to do this, but at present, it sounds like at least one of the explanations that was given, they've been very vague on exact implementations, but they did give at least one of the explanations that was clear enough that it was per account, or possibly per organization, if an organization theoretically maybe had multiple accounts that they'd send from. But basically an organization registers itself, so you might have like a political, you would have technically like the campaign for electing such and such person, and then that person could also start up a PAC, and that PAC or super PAC, whichever, also can register. Once this has happened, they both can send emails under this program. Google has not been super clear on how this works. Like, can they send from multiple accounts? Do they have to send from one single account? I don't know, but it really sounded a lot like this was a thing that has to be maybe like maybe per email address. I don't know. But once you opt out, the way it was described at one point, once you opt out, you're only opting out of emails from that group. At which point the emails would still go to spam, I believe. I don't think they just auto delete or get rejected. Maybe they do, but I'm pretty sure they just go to spam. And if you're getting emails from the election, or from the campaign office and the PAC for such and such candidate, in theory you would have to opt out twice in order to stop all the emails coming for that candidate. But again, that's under the presumption that there's a limit to how many PACs they can have, and as far as I can tell, there wasn't. So we'll see. David, surprised that you don't see any political spam currently. So am I, but look, if you weren't signed up for primary emails, you probably weren't going to get anything then. And that's kind of the thing. Like, if you're not trying to be involved at the primary level... Oh, wow, I just heard the rain. The rain is coming down hard. But yeah, if you're not trying to be involved at the primary level, you're not really going to hear a whole lot about it during the midterm primaries. And then as we close in, we're going to start getting all the spam pretty shortly. I don't know exactly when, but it's coming. It's definitely coming. We're closing in on it. But I don't think it's going to happen until we're like probably October, maybe mid-October, possibly end of October, but I doubt that. I think it'll come sooner. They're going to want to kind of blitz us right when it matters. And right now it doesn't matter. Not until people are getting close to voting. Let's see. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about that yet. It's coming though. But yeah, I really think in 2024, when it's primary time, we're going to get some advertising just for the president or presidential candidates. And then come November 2024, or really in the couple of months leading up, it's going to get bad. And hopefully, Google is not going to force everyone to live through watching their inbox just get freaking just demolished with political ads. Because you know it's going to happen. But yeah, anyway. Austin, Gmail Premium, $1.99 per month, Gmail without ads. Isn't that what Drive subscriptions are supposed to be? Or Google One, sorry. Isn't that what Google One subscriptions are supposed to do? You know, give it not a bunch of it, like no little microtransactions on it. Just commit to paying your subscription and you get a bunch of little improved services. That would be the right answer. We'll see if that happens. But yeah, I would actually love YouTube, or sorry, not YouTube, but I would love to see just an improved, enhanced Gmail comes as a bonus for your Google One subscription. That would work for me. Oh, Austin, nice. But yeah, David, so do I run spam accounts for stuff that I know are gonna get spammed? Yes, 100,000%. I have, you know what, I'm not gonna try counting them, but I have multiple spam accounts that I have used over the years and abandoned. If anyone should ever see me posting a Yahoo address, that's a spam account. If anyone sees me posting, let's see, I do have a spam account on, I think it's live.com, or maybe it was outlook.com. I don't know now. I actually have an old Hotmail address that is not a spam account, though you could not have figured, if you'd looked at it many years ago, you wouldn't have been able to tell. And I have a few others with other services that I really haven't used or checked in ages, but yeah, I definitely have spam account or spam catchers. Austin, you maxed out your Google accounts because you can't register your number anymore. Holy crap, dude. I mean, I get it. I think that's probably the right choice, but yeah, I have not gone quite that far. And again, like, that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's what Yahoo's for. I'm curious. I would love to know the statistics on it, but I'd love to know just genuinely how many people who use Yahoo Mail in any capacity, how many of them are just using it to catch spam? It has to be like 80%. It has to be. I'm convinced. Let's see. It only lets you register 10 accounts, huh? That's interesting. By the way, hey Carson, how's it going, man? Okay, so at 10 accounts, that sounds reasonable. I could kind of see that. What you could, yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I don't want to use Google accounts for that anyway. In part because I could totally see them getting mad and doing like a terms of service thing to people. But more than that, I don't want, this will sound weird, but I don't want it messing up my cookies. Because this is a bit of an older problem. I don't think it's a problem anymore. But it used to be that switching your active account in your browser, and of course just logging in, weird things happen. It broke too easily. And so it was usually not a good idea. They've mostly fixed this, at least on Chrome, and I imagine they fix it across the other browsers too. So it's probably not an issue anymore, but it's, I don't want to mess with it. I don't want to risk it. It's too much hassle to keep multiple accounts going like that. So I don't. I do actually use multiple accounts for a few things, but not for that. And also, I really don't log into most of them. I just keep my work email account open and my personal email account open. Everything else I just kind of ignore. And then, of course, I log into spam catchers just when I need them. Yeah, so anyway, I really hope that the political spam is going to have a decent solution. As it is, I swear I am very tempted to just straight up mute SMS messages going into every election. I am so completely exhausted, just tired of getting message after message, sometimes multiples per day, advertising, hey, why don't you support this person, or we'd love your vote, come check out what this person's doing. I got during the last presidential primary, I lost track of how many messages I got for Bernie. It was off the charts, and honestly, I would go so far as to say, whoever ran that campaign, take a hint. At a certain point, like, you can send a message and people might be fine with one. Once you sent like a dozen, chances are you're hurting your candidate. Figure it out. Get good. Don't do this. It's a lesson in how to do things wrong if you're messaging people so much that they get sick of hearing from you. And it was always from a different phone number, some random person's name, who, by the way, this was a trick that they were doing years ago. They were having regular people basically stick their SIM cards into phones that had automated messaging set up, and they were doing it from their freaking personal numbers. Why anyone would do this, I cannot imagine. Anyway, yeah, not a fan of this stuff. Okay, so Austin, you popped in this story earlier, just as I started the stream, and so I took an extra minute or two to read it. This is interesting. Okay, so the short version, for anyone who doesn't care to read this, Google is going to try to fire up a new competitor to Dolby's media formats. Specifically, they're aiming to take on Dolby Atmos and Dolby Vision because those have really high licensing cost. Awesome. I love new standards. Yes. XKCDs said it perfectly. So, you know, which now that I'm sitting here, I just have to look up that exact comic because it is so apropos. There we go. Possibly the easiest thing to find in the world is this comic. Anyway, so I'll leave that to be readable. Yeah, anyway, so I like this. I like the concept. I like what they're going for. But man, does this seem like a really not going to happen kind of thing. I appreciate what they're going to go for. And they're trying to make this a free, open standard. They basically are saying, you know, this anyone would be able to use it without licensing cost, presumably. And it would take on these two standards that have been increasingly becoming very popular. Or semi-popular. I can't say very popular because, honestly, the amount of things that support Dolby Atmos and Dolby Vision, well, Dolby Atmos has decent support. It really does. There's a lot of stuff that supports that. Dolby Vision, yeah, I don't think I've seen a lot supporting it. I know a few things do for sure, but it doesn't seem to be catching on the same way. Anyway, so we're going to talk about that later. So first off, this thing is called Caviar. I just right out of the gate, I feel like there's a project marketing issue here that they're missing. Caviar is an expensive thing. It's for people that want to pay for expensive things. Why would you brand your free, open to the public media format or protocol? Well, I'm not quite clear exactly what that is, but I believe technically it's kind of like a combination of video codec and a protocol. But anyway, So why would you brand it? And when I say branding, technically it's called Project Caviar. It's their internal name for it. It may not really be the thing that they call it in the future. But why would you brand the free open thing as... Why would you brand it as an expensive thing? I don't get it. So, Austin, does Dolby charge licensing fees at every step? It sounds like they do. The answer to that is no. But yes, it depends on what you mean by every step. To my understanding, you have licensing fees associated with the hardware that can play Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos. So supporting it in your hardware, if you produce hardware, if you're going to support this, you have to pay a licensing fee. And they charge a licensing fee for anything that is going to produce this stuff. So in other words, if you have software that is going to produce or that is able to output this stuff, I believe there is a licensing fee associated with that, but only in certain cases. I could be wrong on that, but I think it varies based on what the use of the software is. Anyway, with that said, technically they do not charge, like, users do not have, like a regular user, yes, they may have bought hardware, they may have bought software, but they're not being charged themselves for producing something that uses this codec. Basically, they paid for that fee by buying their software. So yeah, that kind of thing there is no charge for. And I know it sounds like that's wiggling out of saying that they charge at every step, but there are some companies that charge for this. So, and some of them would charge per use. This is one of those cases where they certainly don't, and it would be weird at that level to charge per use. So I would say, oh, and they don't charge for distribution. So you might have to, well, okay, how to say this? So streaming services are, I believe, paying licensing fees in order to basically have all of their content in Dolby Atmos and or Dolby Vision. But so I believe Disney does this. Netflix, I think, supports Atmos. I'm not sure who else. Was it mentioned? Maybe it is. Let's see. Dolby Vision has gained support for many services, including Netflix, Disney Plus, and HBO Max. Okay. Okay, and that's Dolby Vision. Wonder if they don't mention Atmos that I'm aware of. Okay. Because, yeah, when I read this, I only saw them list one set of things. I thought they had listed it for Atmos, but maybe it was Vision. Or, obviously, it was for Vision. Okay, so, to my knowledge, they do charge those distributors for distribution, but it's not like they're charging on a, like, per show or per this or per that. I believe they're doing just like a, if you want to support this, here's a, I believe they charge a flat cost. Obviously, we don't have access to the contract, so who knows. Carson, yeah, I saw the same thing. Just remove the Google AMP/S stuff, and it shows up fine. Actually, I'll just paste the link in there. So, it works from the normal link. Google AMP, it works. Air quote. Anyway, so as this article points out, rightly so, there was an attempt at this before, kind of. Samsung tried to push HDR10 Plus. it never really caught on. And a big reason why this stuff never catches on is because you have to convince so many different groups to do this. You have to convince the media producers to do this, and we'll get into that in a second. That's actually a much bigger deal than it sounds like. You have to convince all of the places that you're going to get media from to do this. You're going to have to convince hardware manufacturers at multiple levels to support this. And the list goes on and on. Like, this is actually a really crazy undertaking. And the fact that Samsung failed at it, that says a lot. Because Samsung has the weight to make some of this happen. Within reason. If Samsung was going to do this, I don't know who they co-developed HDR10 Plus with, but if it's not Sony, they probably were going to fail, and they did. So there you go. Honestly, that it sounds stupid, but it's true. You really need to get Sony on board with this. You have to have one other major company involved in this industry to team up with you. Anyway, so HDR10 Plus failed to get big pull. To my knowledge, I can't think of anything that I saw that ever came with HDR10 Plus. I'm sure there was plenty of stuff, but if it was only Samsung stuff, it was bound to fail. Carson, Google will probably leverage Google Plus for this. Or sorry, how did I read Google Plus? Google TV for this. Yeah, I agree. They will try. Here's the problem. And it really is, well, look, this article, it even gets to it, and I was going to kind of beat this horse to death and then keep beating on it for a minute, but wow, I'm going to regret those words. But this article has a section saying Google has a lot of influence on hardware manufacturers. I read this and literally laughed. It wasn't a loud laugh, but there was chuckle coming out of that. Because holy crap, get real. Whoever wrote this is just in fantasy land. And their example of this, very comically, was, yeah, this paragraph right here. One of these days I'm going to fix. Hold on, I'm going to fix that window capture. Okay, we need to... guess. Alright. And it's not great, but that works. Okay, so just to quote them, Google has a lot of influence on the makers of smart TVs and streaming devices, thanks to YouTube being a must-have app. Google has previously used this influence to push companies like Roku to support the AV1 video codec, and could do so again to advance Project Caviar. Really? Really? Did the person who wrote this actually pay attention to what Roku did? To my knowledge, Roku is not actively, not fully supporting this. Maybe they are. Maybe I missed some news where apparently they fully gave in, but last I heard they were fighting back pretty hard on the AV1 requirement. And I don't know that that ever changed. Maybe it did. Maybe I missed something, but we'll see. Kind of not having high hopes on that. To my knowledge, and I'll check this right now. How many Roku devices support AV1? Okay, that's from last year. Do we have anything from this year? Okay, how about this? This is from December of last year. Did Roku quietly capitulate to Google on AV1 codec support with its October streaming stick 4K release. All right. Okay, so supposedly they reached a deal. It now appears that the seeds of the resolution of the impasse might have been quietly sown back in October when Roku released its latest streaming device, the Stick 4K, without touting its support for the AV1 codec. Okay, so yeah, they did an interview. There was no mention of it. No mention in the press release. Blah blah blah. So they asked if it supports it, and a Roku rep had to go talk to the tech team. This isn't looking good. Let's see. Skimming this. Let's see. AV1's lead developers, Google, Netflix, and Facebook, among them, claim the new codec delivers 4K video more efficiently and effectively than other video codecs. Given AV1's blah blah blah. Okay, so it sounds like they do support it, just from this last paragraph. Quote, in any event, while Roku appears to have integrated AV1 support into its newest streaming gadget, it's unclear as to how much pressure it will put on its smart TV OEM partners to add AV1 wherewithal into their new sets. Right. So yeah, to my knowledge, I don't think this has been a big success story. Yeah, thanks for the pop-up, guys. And let's see. Any of these others useful? Okay. So this person on a random forum. Well, oh no, actually it's ABS forum. That's not a random forum. All Roku player models from the 4800, which is a 2020 Ultra, onward support AV1 decoding. Amazon's new 4K Max device supports AV1 decoding. Also, FYI, extend hardware support doesn't mean the current client apps are making usage of it. Blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, my hunch is AV1 does not have the widespread support. I mean, I'm sure it's decently supported, but it doesn't sound like it's exactly making huge waves. So, yeah, I'm feeling like whoever wrote this article may have overestimated how successful AV1 spread has been. That being said, I do tend to agree. I think Google is going to try to push hard on this. Here's where the problem is, and where it could actually even backfire. So, supporting at this stage, Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos are pretty widespread. They're out there. There's a lot of hardware that supports it. There are a lot of streaming services that support it, or rather distribute it. There is support in smartphones. There's support in headphones. Like, there are a lot of products that already have this. Google presumably is going to try to come out with this thing that may not exist yet. I'm not really clear on. This article doesn't really discuss how much this is a reality. It sounds like this is a thing they're trying to get partners on board for, but it's unclear if they've actually finished development of their format. We'll see. And again, part of the challenge here is entrenchment. So you have all of this stuff that already supports Dolby Atmos and Dolby Vision. A lot of people have already invested in these things. That's, can be a problem, not necessarily a problem. But the biggest problem is the media. And I'm obviously not talking about the New York Times here. I'm talking about all the content that is distributed through Netflix, through Disney Plus, through HBO Max, through all of your other streaming services. It's one thing to say, oh wow, how hard would it be for them to just start distributing both? That's not the challenge. The challenge is this stuff has to be mastered into the original video. And it's not that there can't be a converter written, but if there's any difference in features or functionality, if there's any incompatibilities, it's not as easy as just casually writing off that you can ship something that cross converts it. In a lot of instances, you have to have when a movie is made, there's an audio engineer who sits down and masters the audio for that movie. And when they're doing it, they are doing it to target specific formats. This is why a lot of things actually, when they stream, they at the source. So let's say at Netflix or at Disney Plus, though we all know Disney Plus is broken, and I don't think they have this capability. Maybe they do by now, but they didn't for a long time after they launched. They actually have multiple versions of the audio that have been individually mastered so that they can be shipped or distributed, streamed, however you want to say it. They're mastered before they ever even reach those servers, and they are prepared to be streamed to that destination. Whatever the destination expects, that's what they're going to ship. So Flutter for mixing, not sure what that means. But yeah, this is the thing. You've got a whole lot of old content, and I say old content, but I mean it's everything that has been coming out for the last couple of years. If it was mastered to be mixed mastered, if it was shipped specifically with Dolby Atmos in mind, and I'm just talking Atmos, obviously Vision is a much more complicated thing. If it was shipped with those things in mind, you're not just going to casually convert it. And so you might be able to in some cases, but in a lot of cases that's not going to be a reality. So I'm right there. You have a problem, and this problem comes to pass when you start talking to hardware engineers, or sorry, not hardware engineers, but the hardware manufacturers. Because sure, they might not have to pay a licensing fee in order to support Google's thing, Project Caviar, but they do still want to support something. So they're gonna support, for a long time to come, they're gonna support Dolby Atmos and Dolby Vision, because that's what everyone already has, and that's what's expected, and that's what a lot of media is available in. You don't really have a choice in this. You have to keep paying that licensing fee. And then as they're developing their hardware, they have to sit there and say, well, we have the hardware support for these things, but now if we're going to work with Google and support their thing, we have to add more hardware support. This is a cost we're going to incur. Well, we're already incurring this development cost for our hardware to support the thing everyone already has, Dolby Atmos and Dolby Vision. If we're going to support Google's thing too, that's more cost for us for a thing that nobody supports. Except, oh wow, YouTube's going to support it. Well, golly, how much do people care about this on YouTube? At which point you have to ask the obvious question, is this going to pick up on YouTube? And then you have to consider, how's it getting onto YouTube? Who's producing content in Project Caviar form for YouTube? Is it gonna, like, how often is this gonna happen? I mean, we're talking about 3D audio. No one is, I'm not gonna say no one, but there are very few channels that are gonna go to the extent of producing 3D audio. How about Dolby Vision? Which, honestly, I feel like I don't really understand what Dolby Vision is. But how many people are making Dolby Vision level video for YouTube? Some will, but not a lot. So I get what they're saying. YouTube is a strong, very powerful thing in the industry, and the app is important. But I can't help but look at it and think, how many companies are just going to look at it and say, you know what? If YouTube is the one thing that is on here and it's not going to support the top quality that YouTube can technically support, show me the number of my customers that care. Is it enough that they're going to go somewhere else? Probably not. And if they do go somewhere else, good for them. But how much is it going to cost me to develop the hardware in order to support this thing? And that's the catch. You know, if you are Harman Kardon, if you are, I don't know, just Bose, name all the different companies that make stuff that might be relevant to this. Every single one of them is doing this hardware calculation in their books. They're figuring out, how many customers would we lose if we just don't support this thing? And the answer is almost always going to be none, or very few. And since it's going to be very few, they're just not going to support it. They're just going to accept the fact that they're not going to have it, and their customers might go somewhere else because it's just cheaper. And once that happens, honestly, like, everyone's going to do that same math. There are going to be a couple of companies that get compelled, or for whatever reason they'll agree to support it in, like, maybe a few devices. It may or may not be all of them, but at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a situation where I don't think this picks up. It sounds great, and I'm sure there are tons of companies that would love to not pay a licensing fee to Dolby, but I think at the end of the day, they know that they have to keep paying that licensing fee. That's not going to go away. It just isn't. And if they have to pay the licensing fee, they're not going to want to pay the extra cost of supporting another thing. And if they don't want to pay that cost, and they know that they're not really going to suffer because no one's making content that's going to use it, they're never going to push it. Sorry, that's... I want to hope for this thing, but I just know realistically it's not going to happen. So, there's the upbeat, happy story. Hey, here's this great thing. It might lower costs. It could be awesome. It could help companies come out with more products that are more adventurous and more capable. But yeah, it's not going to happen. Sorry, bad day. Anyway, so let's see. Did anyone else have any takes on this? I'm feeling like this. It's a nice attempt, and you never know. Maybe YouTube will be that thing. I'm curious because they do. Let's see. Where did they say it? Yeah, here it is. For video, Google wants to focus on capture, allowing consumers to record video in HDR10 plus and then share it via YouTube and other services. Which evidently this is still using HDR10 plus, at least according to this article. That's one thing I find very confusing. It sounds like they're just taking the thing Samsung tried to succeed with and just rebranding it. If that's the case, I'm not sure this is... Well, I think that's a fairly good idea, but I don't think it's gonna work. But anyway, as they say, we want users to be able to capture in these premium formats and get better better quality video. My question becomes, because to say that you're capturing in these formats that's not exactly what's happening here. You're capturing in a codec, and that codec is part of a system that delivers this stuff. I'm looking at this and I'm just wondering, like, who's jumping to do this? Because I think about all the YouTube channels I watch, it's none of them. None of them are going to do this. So is the idea that people are going to capture just from their phones? I don't think so. So if they're not capturing from the phone, they're capturing in a major camera. If they're capturing in a major camera, it means that they're taking what was not captured in this format, not that that matters, and then they're going to edit it and then and the software is going to distribute it in this format. So in order for this to happen, Google's going to also have to get video editing companies to support this. They're going to have to get audio software to support this. They're going to have to get a whole bunch of stuff to support this. And that's an uphill battle. In case anyone has any doubt about that, just ask how many people have ever tried using Photoshop to open a WebP file, or any of Adobe's products. You know, Adobe, the company that has a stranglehold on graphic design, not a stranglehold on video editing, but you know, they're significant. Ask them, because WebP and WebM are not supported. And these are probably the closest we've ever come to replacing JPEGs, PNGs, GIFs, various other things. And we're nowhere close, not even remotely. So, yeah, getting support at both, at all ends of this equation, it's so hard to do. And I don't see Google pushing it. I don't see how they make this happen unless they partner up with everyone and make this happen. If they work out some kind of an arrangement with Samsung, which I'm assuming they did, because again, this article at least implies that they're using HDR10 Plus. They're going to have to work with Samsung. They're going to have to work with Sony. They're going to have to work with I'm trying to think of anyone else that immediately matters. Basically, every major speaker company, every major this, every major that, they're going to have to work with all of them and somehow convince them to do this. And they're going to have to do it with the software side. They're going to have to work with Blackmagic to get support in DaVinci Resolve. They're going to have to work with Apple, which, by the way, think about that. Apple, at least according to this article, has thrown their support behind Dolby. So one of the four most commonly used video editors at the higher end is going to be Dolby. They are not going to support HDR10 Plus or whatever the audio is going to be, which who knows. So right there, that's kind of gonna hurt. And they haven't got support from Premiere Pro, to my knowledge. Actually, you know what? This is searchable. Let's find out. Premiere Pro HDR10 Plus. Okay, so a Samsung phone can support it. Does Premiere Pro have well, no, that's not it. Hi, I have Samsung S20 Ultra and I can shoot 10-bit x265 HDR10 Plus, and also with whatever log MC Pro 24 FPS log with same parameters. I'm not sure what that is. The problem, I cannot edit this file with Premiere Pro. Wow, whoever this is does not English. Color and brightness awful and very bad. Wow, both awful and very bad. So how I can enter HDR10 Plus video file on Premiere Pro. My computer is MacBook Pro 15 2018. Thanks. Okay, auto mod kicks in. Someone clarifies it's an HDR image. But it's log file, and I can't find good way to convert it without color changing. Oh, this person does not understand what log is, but okay, that's fair. A lot of people don't. Let's see. Okay, so that's not even remotely helpful. The mere fact that I'm not seeing any announcements or anything mentioned tells me HDR10 Plus not supported by Premiere Pro. How about DaVinci Resolve? This one actually, I bet might have it. Wow. Okay, so this is as of over 2 years ago. See, Final Cut, I think, is guaranteed not to, but I'll check in a moment. So I'm trying to get usable HDR output from DR, settings, blah, blah, blah. Where's the part where 10 Plus is going to come out? What workflow is working for you best for outputting HDR10? I don't know what the differences are going to be between 10 and 10 Plus, but okay, so the encoder, I guess they're just switching to main 10. Okay. The main 10 was good. I also have to mess with tone mapping, HDR10 Plus. Okay, so this has been supported in DaVinci Resolve. Like I said, it was the one I thought had the best chance. So that's, wow. Honestly, I'm surprised. I didn't think they'd have support for it that early. But hey, good on them. Okay, let's see. Final Cut Pro. I'll be shocked. Wait. Okay. So specifically, you can use Final Cut Pro to create HDR10 and HLG movie files. What is it? I'm gonna have to look this up. Final Cut Pro does not support the creation of other HDR formats such as HDR10 Plus, Dolby Vision, and Advanced HDR, but you can use Final Cut Pro to export an HDR movie with the Rec 2020 PQ standard, and then use other color grading software to generate the necessary metadata for these formats. You can, however, share your project in Dolby Vision 8.4, a format designed to optimize HDR content for Apple devices, blah, blah, blah. Interesting. All right, HDR10 versus 10 Plus versus Dolby Vision. Which is better? Oh, good. This is short. High dynamic range is video technology that enhances the picture quality compared to regular content. There are three main HDR formats: HDR10, HDR10 Plus, and Dolby Vision, and they each display HDR content differently and have their advantages and disadvantages. There are other types of HDR formats, but HDR10, 10 Plus, and Dolby Vision are the most widely used. when shopping. Okay, I thought there was going to be more useful information here, but that confirms that they are different. Okay, so Final Cut Pro doesn't support it. Premiere Pro does not support it. DaVinci Resolve, I gotta admit, now that I'm thinking about it, it seems like maybe it didn't have proper support back in 2020, but it probably does now. It's definitely there to some extent, so it is doable. And then let's see. Let's also throw quotes around that just to see. Okay, so added. Okay, HDR videos, cameras to post-production. Alright, the Wild West of creating HDR video is over. We've learned the basics of HDR video finishing before, but how are people doing it today? Major streaming services like blah blah blah. Okay, the goal gets a little messier when you take into account the 4 different standard HDR TVs are using Dolby Vision, HDR10, 10 Plus, and HLG. The expensive equipment required, and the client file deliverables. Okay, that was a lot less useful than I hoped it would be. Okay, that's not helpful. Dolby Vision grading, tvOS includes HDR10 support. That's surprising. Oh. The source I would consider questionable, but Dolby Vision better performance. HDR Plus is a free. Okay. All right. So assuming that that's accurate, Apple TV might actually support this. That would be interesting. Okay. I mean, the search is pretty clear. Avid, HDR10 Plus, and nothing's coming up. That leaves me thinking Avid might not support it either. In all of these cases, what that probably means is in order to ship something that would support HDR10 Plus, you probably have to export a project in something like ProRes or maybe HLG, I guess. So that probably not. It's got to be ProRes, and then you probably run it through a converter. Like that. That's the only thing that makes sense. And then that converter is basically going to generate. It's going to generate your color profile, which is basically a LUT. Plus, I'm assuming the other metadata in order to make this work. I don't know enough about the codec, but there's got to be something to this. So, nevertheless, 1 out of the 4 major video editors actually supports this, and from the sound of it, you could probably make a workflow for the others, but it's not going to be a one-stop shop. Only one of them has the one-stop shop, and that's for the free thing. I mean, again, that's for the free thing. Now the other question: Premiere Pro, Dolby Vision. Okay, we already know Final Cut doesn't support Dolby Vision. It doesn't support HDR10 Plus. It did evidently support HDR10, which is kind of surprising. How to work with Dolby Vision sources. I'm doing a lot more looking for things, and it's not quite coming up with answers. Oh, that's also true. There's a lot of iPhone related stuff coming up, which isn't quite what I was hoping for, but that does raise some other questions. How about DaVinci Resolve, Dolby Vision? This one might actually, yeah. How much does the Dolby Vision license cost? Yo. How much does the Dolby Vision license cost? $2,500 annual for mastering and playback. Show of hands, who wants to get into video mastering? Okay, hey, that's actually, you know what? I take it back. That's not too insane, in a way. The license works on multiple machines in your facility, and it includes all the features listed above and adds these capabilities. Activates the full shot-by-shot artistic trims to adjust the mapping, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? But the fact that it's not per seat, I actually kind of want to give credit for. That's good. Resolve features a native Dolby Atmos renderer, so it can do Atmos. I'm willing to bet it supports DaVinci Resolve. I'd almost bet money it's got to support Dolby Vision. Though you may have to, I guess you would have to pay for the license, but it is supported, which is what matters. Yep, right there. Setting up a Dolby Vision project in DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, so it's supported. That's kind of the whole thing. Like, you got to get the end-to-end solution here, and you don't have a good end-to-end story for HDR10 Plus, not yet. And outside of DaVinci Resolve, possibly not ever. I really want to know what they're going to use for audio. What is Google pushing? Because if they're pushing HDR10 Plus as their video solution, what is their audio? Or wait. However, it's unlikely that the immersive audio container project would be able to compete with the branding of... Okay, immersive audio container. That's why Google is now looking to establish a new umbrella brand for both HDR10 Plus and 3D immersive audio, which would be governed by an industry forum made available. So 3D immersive, those are those are impossible to search. Immersive audio container. Wow, that definitely does not even come up with decent responses. Throwing quotes around it. Alliance for Open Media. And I think if that article is pitching it the way that it was worded, it sounds like this isn't even the thing that they're going to be using. They're going to use the 3D immersive audio thing instead. I don't want to keep looking through this. My hunch. Nah, I had a song lyric pop into my head and I'm not repeating it. But Fergie would be proud. But yeah, my hunch here is they're going to have a real uphill battle with this. And I don't think it's going to succeed. I want it to. I would love it to. Because it's not that Dolby doesn't actually produce something of value. It's that they just do it very badly. And they are very money hungry with the way that they do it. And a lot of times they're really not pushing anything that is revolutionary or new. They're just kind of operating on their name. You know, it's like if you it's like if you were buying shoes and somebody had to pay a royalty to Nike for the fact that your shoes have soles in them. It doesn't guarantee the soles are even good. It just guarantees that they have soles. You know, that's kind of where we're at with Dolby. They tell you how you can make your soles good. It doesn't ensure anything, though. All right, so, man, I want to support this, but I also know it's just not going to go anywhere. Anyway, speaking of support, I don't know. It's a weak transition, but I'm taking it. So I assume a few people have heard about this. YouTubers are going to start making more money. At least some of them. So the big hot topic, this fired up. I'm going to scroll down and let all these images load, because they're all loading onto my screen with real low res stuff, and then they improve a second later. So they have announced that the YouTube Partner Program, creators who are pushing shorts are now going to get a bigger cut of money, or rather they're going to get a cut of money. And I forgot what the amount was, but basically they're going to get a split of some of the money that is made from ads on running shorts. This is going to basically give them a cut based on their views, given the region that they're in, blah, blah, blah. You guys don't care about the specifics of that, I'm sure. And the article is, or their blog post, which I'll paste into chat. Their blog post isn't exactly exciting stuff on the details, but the basic premise is they're going to start handing out money for shorts creators. They're also going to not exactly require, or they're going to slightly augment the policies for the YouTube Partner Program. Let's see, they had it in here. Actually, where is it? It was here yesterday. When I added, there's a graphic missing. Is this, if I change the size of the window? How about refreshing? There's a graphic missing. They took it out. That sucks. Huh. Okay. They were showing what the new partner program requirements were going to be, or not the new requirements, but the augmented stuff. And they still have the information in here. So starting in early 2023, shorts focused creators can apply to the YouTube Partner Program by meeting a threshold of 1,000 subscribers, which is exactly the same as the current YouTube Partner Program requires for long form content, and 10 million shorts views over the course of 90 days. So this is a way to kind of get into the partner program without having the previous requirements. The previous requirements, of course, include, I believe it is 3,000 watch hours. Is that right? You know, it's been just long enough since I looked at it that I'm wanting to double check. But I believe it is. Okay, so yeah, you need to have Carson. Yes, that is the graphic, which I'll pop it up here, but first, so yeah, in order to be part of the YouTube Partner Program, you have to have 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours. I swear it used to be 3,000. Maybe I'm just misremembering. And then of course, don't screw up big time in the other stuff. But yeah, so man, even my watch hours are not bad for a small channel with almost no subscribers. But yeah, you have to clock up, unfortunately, a lot of subscribers in order to join the partner program. But your watch hours, if you make either long videos or you make a decent number of regular videos, you'll get there without too much trouble. Carson, you know what? I kind of agree. I kind of don't. Well, it's not disagreement, but part of it is start making YouTube shorts. I'm very much thinking about it. So part of the reason channel stats say 2,814 views. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see, because I'm super concerned you guys are going to see my internal stats. Let's see. Okay, it's not. There aren't any usable stats here. Really quick, I am going to pull this out so I can glance at analytics. I don't think there's anything in here I care about, but just to just in case there's something I'm not thinking about. Okay, where is it at? Yeah, they don't give you particularly the most useful numbers. Okay, but anyway, yeah, the about page for the channel has it. That's interesting. Oh yeah, it does. Interesting. One of these days I need to update this page too, because let's be honest, when's the last time that was true? That definitely should just be changed. Anyway, that seems like a low view count, but it is what it is. The thing is, and I brought this up many times, I've watched the dashboard. Like when I'm streaming, I have okay, just to keep this from wonking out in dumb ways. So when I'm streaming, I have this dashboard open. You can plainly see what's in it, and it's not that I keep it perfectly in view. Honestly, like, because of where the chat window is, I usually kind of zoom it in like this. If I tweak it just a little, yeah, that's pretty much what I want, or what I see is what you guys see now. So I kind of keep it with the concurrent viewers up in the very top left corner. Sometimes I zoom it in a little bit closer. Again, like, keep in mind, this is usually sitting a few feet away from me on a laptop screen. So I zoom it in so I can see it from a distance. And those are pretty small. And there's this chart here that shows kind of the count as the viewers increase or decrease. One of the things that happens all the time, I'll sit here and I will see, like, the concurrent viewer will show a 0 or it'll show a 1 or something like that. Meanwhile, there are 3 people talking in chat. So I think YouTube doesn't properly credit live stream viewers all the time. I think what's happening, and this is the theory I've had, I don't know if this is the case, but it's been my going theory for a really long time. What I think they're doing is, if somebody is literally viewing, like it is their focused window, I think it counts it as a concurrent viewer. If they have it in like YouTube offline mode, or not offline, but what is it called? I can't think of it now, but the one where the mode where the app is not active, like it's not in view, it's in the background playback. That's what it is. Why was that so hard to remember? But background playback. I think does not credit you as a live stream viewer. At least it doesn't in this interface. And I think it might not I think it might not credit you in that views on your about page either. I don't know if it credits you elsewhere, but yeah, I don't think it's I think it treats those as invalid. The weird thing about that, again, there are people chatting. So I think people have popped out the chat window and then they don't watch the live stream, like visually watch it. So I think I'm not technically getting credited on that. And so yeah, that I believe is the problem. Could be entirely wrong. I don't know. But with that said, strictly speaking, because of that required subscriber count, I mean, does it really matter? Does it matter if my public watch hours are 784 instead of, I don't know, let's say 900 would be my guess? Or, well, probably not 900. Let's just hypothetically say be up there closing in on that. I don't think it matters. Until that number goes up a lot, it really won't matter. That being said, to the point of I should start making shorts. Yes, I should. Because shorts, I don't know how many of you guys have heard of this channel. I'm about to give some little bit of, did not need to close that. Though this doesn't actually contain anything new that wasn't just discussed. But there is a YouTube channel called The Spiffing Brit. Oh wow, this is literally his featured video. That I didn't expect. Let's see. Carson, I think YouTube doesn't really recommend past live streams that much to people. No, it definitely doesn't. Yeah, this is really well known. In fact, it's something I know a few people have really complained about. I'm not surprised. And if I was posting videos, I'm sure they would get more recommendations. I don't know that that's necessarily the same situation. And this content, I don't think would do super well for recommendations anyway. I mean, really long videos that are sort of podcast style don't typically pull numbers on YouTube, though evidently they're trying to make them pull numbers because YouTube now needs to get into podcasts. But that's we made fun of this previously. But my hunch, my thought is, if I did clips of the show, that could possibly do fairly well. Maybe. And if I took rants and just clipped them in super tight format and made them shorts, I bet I would probably see subscriber numbers skyrocket. But I think for what it's worth, here's one of those things a lot of people probably don't know or wouldn't consider. Wait, where's my... Oh, I closed it. Okay, let me reopen Studio. So, just for reference sake, let's see. Actually, has this done numbers? No, it hasn't. Okay. This is actually good proof of what I'm talking about. Okay, so here's the content from my channel. This is the full list of content. These are the views that they have, which, wow, that Fall Guys stream did fairly well. For view count at least. But yeah, so these are it's not super high views or anything. Now, on this same channel, there was a video. I'm not going to talk about why, but there was a video I did make an edit to. Now, in the process of editing this video, it technically, when you make an edit, even if it's an edit inside of YouTube, it counts as an uploaded video instead of as a live stream. So this is the only video on this channel that counts this way. Notice the 2 views. I don't think this video got recommended a lot. I'm sure someone came along and probably one of those views I think is me, and then I think the second view was I'm assuming just a random somebody was clicking through videos or something. So yeah, it's I don't think videos inherently do Austin, jeez. But yeah, I don't think live versus not live matters. I think it's what they detect in the video, whether or not it's trending, or if they detect it's more of a podcast style thing. If I'm sure they're looking at the duration of the videos. Like, think of how many videos you get recommended that are over an hour. Honestly, I bet it's none. YouTube loves recommending stuff that is 10 to 20 minutes, sometimes less. I don't remember the last time I got recommended anything that was anything that was over 45. Well, actually, I don't remember the last time I got a 45-minute recommendation, unless the one exception to this, if you are searching for a thing and you've watched a few videos already on that thing and they all happen to be long, your recommendations while you are still kind of searching for that thing might include long videos. That's it. Tomorrow, you will not get those recommendations again. Tomorrow, you will get much shorter form content. Not shorts necessarily, but you'll get the 10 and 20 minute videos again. YouTube seems to have some cognizant awareness that people get onto a topic, look for it today, and then lose interest tomorrow. So yeah, anyway, what I was talking about earlier, the spiffing Brit. This is a new video about how to exploit YouTube. Interesting. I might have to watch this later. Which one is this? Okay. I might have to watch that. Okay, anyway, a while back he did let's see. Just gonna fast scroll the channel a little bit so it's easy to search. Okay, if we search for shorts, where's it at? It could have been that last one I found, but I don't think it is. Okay. I don't know where it is for sure. Anyway, he did a video about shorts. Oh. Breaking YouTube Live? I haven't caught up to that yet. I need to watch that one too. Excuse me while I make a point of opening these videos in separate tabs so I can come back and watch them later. Oh crap, that's a 2.5 hour bit. I see how that got broken. So 2.5 hour stream tagged with shorts. Oops. So I feel like there's probably a bug that they were tinkering with in that. But yeah, anyway, this guy, he tested YouTube for a while and discovered that basically they were doing so much to empower shorts. It has to be this video. Now that I think about it, a year ago, that's about right. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, he tested it, did a bunch of experimentation, and managed to get a channel with like no subscribers or something like that. Managed to get a huge number of subscribers over the matter of a month or 2 months, something like that, just by doing shorts on there, and the view counts were off the charts. He pointed out that monetization was garbage, absolutely crap, because people weren't watching enough, they weren't getting ads. Like, there was basically no monetization off of those shorts. There was some, but not huge. And a lot of other YouTubers have pointed out that, like, shorts for them didn't really make them any money. It made them a little bit, but not a lot. What they were making, or what it was doing for them, was getting subscribers. So yeah, in all likelihood, I probably just need to start doing that. So if people start getting a bunch of notifications about shorts popping up on this channel, sorry, but it may happen. Oh hey, yeah, we might need to talk about some of Snoopy Tech's leaks from the week too. I'll get a couple of those opened up in tabs as well. Okay. Not that I think there's a lot of stuff to talk about with the colors and things like that, but hey, you know, why not? Okay. So Austin, you need to post the Nyquil Chicken Challenge on Shorts. It's apparently all the rage these days. I don't know what this is, and I'm absolutely terrified at what this could be. I only got 3 letters into typing NyQuil, and it immediately recommended this to me, so I'm now very concerned. Oh my god. Austin. The headlines. CNN says, don't cook chicken in NyQuil. FDA warns about dangerous social media chat. What? Okay, look. I'm just gonna say it. What moron? Okay, look. The eating of detergent was already a dumb thing, and I'm baffled anyone was dumb enough to do that. I'm specifically, by the way, avoiding saying the name because I think YouTube actually demonetizes you and like hides your videos now if you even say what that one was. But this is so... Look, my biggest objection to this is actually culinary. I cannot fathom anyone thinking, oh, this is going to taste good enough that I should actually eat it. It's China. It's all a strategy to destroy the youth. Honestly, at this point, our world is in a place where you never know. I'm racking my brain trying to think of how this could possibly have become a thing. Just because it sounds like it would taste so terrible. Like, forget whatever terrible thing you might be doing to your body by consuming NyQuil that has been cooked and and cooking chicken in it, so you're obviously saturating the chicken. But Oh, TechCrunch says NyQuil chicken isn't actually a TikTok trend. Weird that everyone seems to think it is, and TechCrunch is the one who's like, no, we've got the real inside story. We're telling you it's not a trend. Oh geez, they're gonna TechCrunch is mansplaining viral videos to people. Okay, good for you, TechCrunch. You try to be cool. Awesome. Anyway, I'm not gonna look into this. I'm sure I'm gonna hear about it on other YouTube channels that are willing to talk more about it. So yeah, anyway. And why would someone... Okay, so yeah, anyway, the YouTube Partner Program is now going to be a 1,000 subscribers and either 10 million shorts views or 4,000 public watch hours. And notably, that is over 2 different time spans. The 4,000 watch hours has to happen in 12 months, while the 10 million public shorts views has to be in the last 90 days. Which kind of makes sense, because chances are, if you're a channel that is going to aim for heavily viral content, which is what shorts are really about, you need to make that stuff happen in the short period of time. If you are the type of channel where you're going for long form content, you need to show that you have kind of lasting staying power. And so, 12 months is a reasonable thing. That's your run-up. My real question is, will YouTube be good about actually accepting people into the partner program on a timely basis? Because very famously, like, I'm not trying to bag on them here, but I know some people who got accepted, and their process was like 2.5 months from when they technically applied to when YouTube was like, okay, we've decided that you're accepted, and we're now going to start counting your watch time and views towards you getting paid. Like, they took a long time between actually being eligible and when they started getting paid for it. Anyway, one of the things that did stand out to me, let's see. Actually, this may have changed now too. It was I sort of was somewhere near the bottom. Or is this gonna... Yeah, this is now about the music. They changed this article. I put this in my list of links yesterday, and it had different content. So that's interesting. Alright, so I don't care about the music stuff, though that is actually interesting. That might be kind of worth exploring too. But, because I think that actually has real effects on people other than just the creators. So, oh yeah, here it is. We're also launching Super Thanks for Shorts in beta to thousands of creators with a complete rollout expected next year. Viewers can show their appreciation, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's not the paragraph I was hoping to find. Okay, this... Well, alright, I don't see it mentioned here anymore. At least I don't think so. Skimming this one last. Oh, yeah, okay. It is here, they just moved it. We also want to support creators who are even earlier in their YouTube journey. From gamers showing off their speedruns to trend-setting DIY makeup tutorials, a new level of YouTube partner program with lower requirements will offer earlier access to fan funding features like super thanks, super chat, super stickers, and channel memberships. To reward creators across a range of formats, we'll have paths for long-form, shorts, and live creators to join this new tier in 2023. Stay tuned for more details. So, there may actually be a future in which they stop doing the one thing that I've hated about the YouTube partner program since they changed the rules. Because there was a point in history, I actually was just about to qualify for it. I just needed to get my watch time up. I had the subscribers I needed. It used to be 300 to get into the partner program. Then they raised it to 1,000 just as I was getting my watch time up. So they kind of screwed me on that. Which, funny enough, is not all that different from how I was close on Twitch when that whole thing went down. Anyway, so I'm curious what they're gonna do. They're lowering the requirements. I'm not a fan of this being the criteria, or these being the only ways, because super thanks, super chat, super stickers, these are fundamentally no different than telling people, hey, go to Streamlabs to donate, go to Cash App, go to these various places. Like, you can tell people to go to those things and donate, and it works the same way. Super thanks, super chat, and super stickers are just YouTube saying, all right, we'll do the transactions for you, and we'll take our cut instead of letting you send people to somewhere else. And then channel memberships are Patreon, but YouTube only. I'd rather send people to Patreon unless YouTube makes a cut really, really generous. Or in theory, you could use... What if you could use opinion rewards money for that stuff? That might make it a little better. But yeah, anyway. So I kind of wish that they still had something that involved ad share. It's not like that's a big thing, but I feel like ad share would be kind of a good thing. Like, channels might not make a lot of money, but let's be honest, if you've got a channel that's maybe 100 subscribers, you're growing, but you're growing slow, and you've got good watch time, you've got loyal views coming in all the time. For a channel like that, they've got advertising showing on their videos. YouTube's absolutely monetizing those videos. They're just not paying you for it. I feel like that should... people who are going to the trouble and cost of making their videos should be getting some chunk of that ad revenue. It's just the right thing to do. So, yeah, that's what I kind of wanted to hammer on. But at least it seems like they're open to doing a little bit more. Maybe they'll come up with a solution that doesn't completely sort of cheat off of those people. And then they also brought up music. So this is huge. I don't know how much anyone has paid attention to this. Obviously, music licensing is hugely complicated. It is a massive pain in the butt. But apparently YouTube has worked out a deal of some kind with actual music labels. So I guess the deal here is that you can now buy a license to music that is like mainstream music. Keep the same revenue share, and for creators you don't want to buy. And for creators who don't want to buy a wait, let's go back to this first. Music is essential, blah blah blah. But the complexities of licensing has meant that most long-form videos that feature music, yes, even that one workout video you didn't finish, don't result in the creator getting paid. So, in recognizing the opportunity to build a bridge between the music industry and creators on our platform, we're redefining how music can be featured in creator videos. We're introducing Creator Music, a new destination in YouTube Studio that gives YouTube creators easy access to an ever-growing catalog of music for use in their long-form videos. Creators can now buy affordable, high-quality music licenses that offer them full monetizing potential. They will keep the same revenue share they'd usually make on videos without any music. Now, this is not true. I'll come back to that in just a moment. That is actually explicitly a lie, but we'll get there. And for creators who don't want to buy a license up front, they'll be able, oh, sorry. That's if you buy the license. Then you do get to keep the same revenue share, which this is the same as if you go to a music service. I know a lot of people don't really pay attention to these things, but if you go to a music service, you can subscribe or pay for individual licenses, things like that. Typically, you either give them an address to your video, or you include a code in your video somewhere in the description, and it signals to whatever automated system they have to basically whitelist that video and say that they don't have any claims on it. This would be the exact same thing. And for creators who don't want to buy a license up front, they'll be able to use songs and share revenue with the track's artists and associated rights holders. Creator Music, currently in beta in the US and expanding to more countries in 2023, will offer a streamlined process for creators. They'll be able to instantly see the terms for their song selection. So the way, well, okay, I should keep reading. We believe Creator Music will, okay, nothing else interesting. So the way this is going to work, I've already found out about this. The way this is going to work is you basically, if you use a song that is technically covered under YouTube's library, then what happens is you're effectively just licensing the music automatically by doing this, and YouTube will take a cut out of the basically right off the top of any ad revenue that is brought in. Now, to my understanding, they are basically taking their cut, and they are taking a cut for the music, or for the artist, for the music creator. And then off of what's remaining, you get your percentage share. So now it's unclear if YouTube is paying a part of this. Like, who gets their first cut? Is it YouTube, or is it the musical number? It's unclear who gets their cut first, and why that matters is whether YouTube is technically paying a share of it or not. I'm trying. I don't want to get into the math of it, but if YouTube is taking, say, what is the percentage? I think YouTube takes 45%. Anyway, are they taking their 45% before the label gets their cut, or are they taking the 45% after the label gets their cut? It's not that this matters a ton, but it does factor into how much you pay for use of the music. And that part's unclear. But anyway, I do appreciate that this is a thing that they're putting in. I think it's good. It's a great start. And what's going to be interesting about this is if you watch videos on YouTube, count on it, you're going to start seeing a lot more videos that include mainstream music. And this is going to be anything from people who are probably lip syncing, imitating, whatever, all the way to, you're going to see vloggers, travelers, whatever, that are just straight up pulling songs that are popular on the radio and putting that as the background music for their stuff. I guarantee this is going to pick up quick. And it's really, really good music, or really good news for the labels, for the artists. What I'm hoping for, and I'm about to what I'm hoping for is that this also turns into a new avenue for musicians to make money outside of labels. I mean, this has already been a thing. There are musicians who run counter to the labels, and they're making it big on, let's say, TikTok, or they're making it big in wherever, various places. And unless they sign with a label, they really don't have good distribution opportunities. I'm kind of hoping that what this translates to is the musical artists will be able to go to YouTube, put their music up there, and if it becomes trendy, then their music will start getting used in videos, and they will just get a share of all of the videos that are doing this. And just think how huge this would be with, like, the level of viral videos that were using, I can't think of the name of the song, but Drake's song, the one where everyone was like ghost riding the wheel. They were hopping out of the car and dancing as the car rode. Like, how many people use his song to those videos? That's gonna be crazy how much money is gonna roll through. And yes, that's for someone who's already making plenty of money, but it could become a realistic thing for other acts that don't have big labels. So hopefully this becomes an avenue for them. I don't know if it will. It's hard to say, hard to predict, but it would be neat. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, just saw something I wanted to double check. That wasn't something I needed to respond to. And taking a quick check to make sure. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think this is going to be hopefully a really good thing. We'll see. It could go horribly bad if it turns out that you use a song and thinking, oh, hey, this song's going, it'll be like every other song that I've used. And then it turns out that the licensing terms are, the song gets 80% of your cut. Something stupid like that. Watch it happen. It'll totally happen. We'll see. Let's see. So, by the way, again, if anyone has any topic suggestions you want to hit me with, go for it, because this is actually the end of what I came prepared with. But let's also check out some of the leaks from the week. The one that just got posted. Lenovo, Acer, and Asus will launch cloud gaming Chromebooks soon. Focus will be on Stadia and Xbox Game Pass. What do you think? Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. I gestured with my hand, I caught the cable to the mic, and it tripped it out. Then when I plugged it back in, it reset the gain to really high. I don't know why it started doing this. It now thinks the gain needs to be very high every time I connect it. So super sorry. Anyway, so focusing on Stadia and Xbox Game Pass, I'm kind of curious, because I doubt this is going to be any one, like, which of these is going to focus on Stadia and which is going to focus on Game Pass. I don't think any of these companies are going to, quote unquote, focus on both. I have a feeling they're going to be pushing these as, like, one of these is probably in a partnership with Google to push Stadia. The others are probably pushing Xbox Game Pass because they're companies that have a relationship with Microsoft, and likely they just want to keep moving that number. And I'm guessing logically Lenovo and Acer are probably going to be pushing Xbox Game Pass. Asus might be pushing Stadia. I could see another version of this where maybe Lenovo is pushing Stadia, but I doubt it. And I can't picture Acer pushing Stadia. Though I guess actually, of the three of them, they might have the least relationship with Microsoft. So, I don't know. Or rather, they might be the most open to doing a relationship with Google just to push a product. What interests me about this too, I guess, is this something that Stadia is involved in? Like, they could be pushing the Chromebooks on the basis of cloud gaming in general, but I have a feeling that there's going to be partnerships involved. They're going to really push one of these streaming products. If they're doing that, is Stadia actually involved in this? Or is it just kind of coincidence that they're named? Because if Stadia is involved, that means that they're collaborating. That means that they're paying somebody for positioning, which doesn't sound like something you do if you're basically in the rundown period of your product and you're expecting to cancel it. I mean, you could. They might have marketing people who don't know any better and are just pushing the product because. But at this stage, you gotta wonder, like, is Stadia dying? Is it on its last legs, or are they just trying a different approach now? I don't have a lot to say on that, just raising that as the question, because if Stadia is pushing this, it seems like that's a sign that they don't see a reason to shut down right away. I mean, they would presumably be creating partnerships of some kind, maybe. I don't know. I'm very curious how this plays out. Carson, we've not heard from Phil Harrison in over 2.5 years. How's this man still employed? Honestly, there are a lot of people I question how they're still employed. Granted, they were technically voted into office, but one must wonder, how are they still employed? But with that said, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I'm really wondering. Man, I did not want to turn into a Stadia discussion, but I am really wondering, are they just like kicking back for a minute saying, you know what, we don't have a plan, let everyone go brainstorm stuff and prepare to come back in 3 months and let's make a plan? Or are they just in a state of like, you know what, we started this thing, we're just going to pay maintenance fee, let it run until somebody comes up with an idea, and in the meantime everyone go off and do something else? Like, it's so tough to tell which of those it is, but it's got to be one of them. And I haven't heard any news about Game Pass in a while. I'm assuming it's managed to improve. I don't know what their game selection's like, but I'm assuming it's still really good. Yeah, I don't know. I'd kind of like to... But one of these days I'd like to check it out. I just haven't really had a reason to. Nor do I, to my knowledge, actually have anything that can play it. Wait, actually, can you Game Pass on the Shield? I don't know. NVIDIA Game, or why do they still NVIDIA Game Pass? Xbox Game Pass, Android TV. Is that a thing? Or I guess Xbox Cloud. Okay, it is a thing. Huh. Well, maybe one of these days I'll check it out. Just to try it. Interesting. Okay. Don't want to spend a lot of time reading that. Carson, think only on Samsung TV. Okay, I see at least discussions of sideloading it that are from the beginning of this year. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously there's something to it. Okay, real quick. Yeah, the Game Pass app does not install or cannot install to any of my... Not that that's not the same thing, though. Oh, okay, well, there you are with the link. So, the Xbox app for smart TVs. Samsung 2022 Smart TV. Okay, so I guess that is it. That's a bit of a shame. They're planning to launch their own cloud dongle. Don't, guys. You don't need to compete on this. Nobody wants to go own like 6 dongles. As it is, it's bad enough if you try to run multiple consoles and like you just start running out of HDMI ports. Anyway, so does anyone here really feel like this is going to move the needle on Chromebooks? Because that's the other side of this. Like, it's interesting because this will probably drive a little bit more attention to Stadia and Xbox Game Pass. I don't think it's going to be huge, but like, what is this going to do for Chromebooks? And honestly, I'm kind of curious, how do you build a Chromebook for gaming, for cloud gaming? I can picture putting in an Ethernet port. I can picture doing it, like maybe making them with really good displays. After that, what do you do? What do you do with a Chromebook or a laptop in general that makes it a gaming Chromebook? Oh, I guess good speakers. Something like that. Once you get through a few items on the list, it's hard to imagine what you really put into a gaming Chromebook. Why? Like, what improvements is it going to have? Like, everyone kind of wanted high-end Chromebooks, usually in the sense of like, please give us the specs so that we can run Linux and Android apps well. No one was really out there saying, hey, give us a thing that is appreciably better in non-specific ways so that it's good for cloud gaming. Awesome. No, there should have been a tablet push. I would agree to that. Yeah. Actually, that really makes a lot of sense because it would have really motivated tablets as a product again. Pushing it on Chromebooks isn't really going to do a whole lot. Though it's unclear if these are companies doing it at Google's behest or, well, I guess this is actually weird news when you think about it, because it's unclear if this is a thing that's happening or which company came up with this. Is this something that Google decided to push and Microsoft decided to push and these companies were just like, you know what, let's start working on something for this, and they all just kind of did it at the same time? Or is this the thing that happened because, say, Qualcomm came out with a reference board that happens to somehow make sense for this, and all the companies were like, hey, they're pitching this as a thing for cloud gaming, let's make products that fit that? Which is, honestly, I kind of suspect that's how this has happened. But whatever the scenario is, I'm kind of curious how this is happening with three companies presumably all kind of at the same time. It's not like cloud gaming is a new thing. It's not like any one company just wouldn't kind of come up with the idea of making a product targeting cloud gaming. So did these three just come up with it all at once? Are they building based on the reference board or something like that? Or is this part of like Stadia and Microsoft trying to push their services really hard and like competitively, and it kind of prompted these companies to make hardware designed for this? I'm feeling a lot of question marks. They're not going to have answers, but I guess we'll know once these products come out and we get to see what are the boards in them, because that's the big question mark and the big indicator. If the boards are all the same, it means Qualcomm did this. If it's really anything else, then who knows? It could all be up in the air at that point. Let's see, what else is there? I'm trying to think, was there any other angle on this? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, again, I'm not really feeling like this moves the needle for Chromebooks, because you could already do this with a Chromebook. Maybe there's something that makes it ideal in some way. I don't know, but you could do this with a Chromebook already. It's not a big revelation to say, woohoo, I'm gonna make a Chromebook that can connect to a cloud service and stream it to my screen. So yeah, I don't think this is gonna do anything for Chromebooks. I fully agree. This should have been for tablets, because if nothing else, that pushes the notion and the acceptability of a tablet as something that you might want to carry around with you just for gaming purposes. You know, it's not the best example, but I could fully imagine someone like give this to your kid, and all they have to do is walk. Like, they could go from room to room in the house and casually just carry a controller and a tablet with a kickstand, and you're good to go. You could take this with you in a backpack really conveniently. Not to say you can't do that with a Chromebook. You obviously can, but it makes a lot of sense to push this as a tablet-oriented thing. Yeah, 100%. I think that would have been the smarter move. Let's see. And then, of course, we talked about this in chat. There's not a lot to say here, but the Pixel watch bands. So obviously we've got a color list thanks to Snoopy Tech. There are a few very obvious points here. Chalk, charcoal, coral, lemongrass, obsidian. Those are all colors that are either going to happen on the Pixel 7, either the Pro or the regular, or they are former colors. I think coral's the one that is a former color. I don't know. I'm double checking now. Okay, so for the Pixel 7, the Pro comes in obsidian, hazel, and snow. Both obsidian and snow are in both the 7 and the 7 Pro. The 7 has lemongrass. Again, the Pro had hazel. Those are evidently the 4 colors that are going to be happening. So chalk, okay, it's not the same as snow, but it's close enough. There's charcoal, hazel. There should be a comma there. Come on, Snoopy. Oh, actually, I guess charcoal and obsidian. Fine. Okay, one of them is going to be glossy black. The other one's matte black, I guess. Whatever. There's hazel and lemongrass, both of which are Pixel 7 colors. So coral is the one. Coral was a thing on at least one of the older Pixels. And then they have woven. So, cloth in coral, ivy. Wait, is that going to be ivy or ivory? I guess ivy, because it's repeated down here. Okay, so green. Coral, green, and lemongrass. Okay. I'll buy that. If I could just say it, the thing that bothers me about this, do we really need, like, okay, yay for having at least the black and white in here being sort of like direct colors, but can we get some watch bands that aren't just pastels? Can we get anything from Google that isn't pastel or white and black? Just saying, like, aim for something a little richer, a little more interesting. Sizes are large, medium, and small. The watch itself is in Wi-Fi and LTE, silver, gold, and black. I'm very curious how those... we're not going to get numbers, but I'm so curious how those are going to sell. I don't know. Some part of me thinks silver is going to do really well. I think black is going to do really well because there are a lot of people that just default to black for all their electronics. Kind of wondering about gold, because I don't feel like gold is going to look that good with most of the watch band colors. And in general, gold watches don't seem to be that trendy these days. It really has gone to the silver. So kind of skeptical about those colors. Well, about gold specifically. Let's see, David, you like hazel? I don't think it's bad, but I don't like it. It's definitely not gonna... It wouldn't be my pick, that's for sure. Though, as I've said countless times, when it comes to phones, 99 out of 100 times, just give me a black phone. I will take dark blue. I love dark blue, and just because it would look really good, there's some deep, like, red colors I would be kind of into also. You know, we're talking like those deep satin reds. I'd be all about that. I'm not into the pastels. I don't like them. They're just... It feels like somebody was painting them and started running out of paint and just poured water into the paint to, you know, just to finish the job as cheaply as possible. Like, they're just not enough color. But you still think the Pixel 7 looks cheap. And yeah, honestly, I don't like this look of the bar. It was so good on the Pixel 6. It's so good on the Pixel 6. Why... They changed it. They shouldn't have. Hold on, I'm even picking up my Pixel 6, taking off the case just so I can look at it. Hey, okay, now that said, I do want to bring up one point. There's a really, really big point to be made about this. And it's, I don't know if you'll appreciate this or not, but it is true. All it takes to fix this is a sticker. And I guarantee D-Brand and possibly some others, they will come out with stickers to fix this bar. Looks like Dynamic Island. Jeez. That hurts. But, yeah. If you don't like the look of this bar, all you need is one decent vinyl sticker that you can put on top of it. Problem solved, Jude. You're there. You're good to go. Austin. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do we need to make fun of that video? I can't believe that they did this. Seriously. Who thought it was okay to put this in a video? Why? Why would you do this to anyone? Especially for what is supposed to be like a premium product. This just sounds... And also, someone had to wonder about this. Like, come on. Like, did no one look at this and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't have random girl holding a blurred out object that, let's be honest, looks very phallic, and then have the words, I wonder what it tastes like? How does this even make sense? It is so bad. Their marketing team needs help. Like, lots of help. Aggressively forced upon them levels of help. Just saying. Help them. They need it. And I don't know how many people actually watch the video, but the rest of that video is just atrocious too. It is just not good. It is not good in special kinds of ways. I get what they were going for, but man, they just missed the boat. So, yeah, I do not like, he says. My God. But yeah, anyway, the bar is fixable. There will be stickers, I guarantee it. There will be stickers that cover up that silvery backplate on the camera bar. And that solves your problem. As long as the sticker doesn't cover up that little mic hole, and, you know, otherwise it covers everything else, problem solved. Very, very easy solution to this. And it likely won't interfere with any cases because, let's be honest, I think a lot of cases are probably going to leave that bar mostly uncovered anyway. So that kind of solves your problem. Funny enough, that being said, I'm looking at my Moment case right now, and I don't know this with certainty because it's kind of hard to say, but my Moment case, we'll turn it so it's kind of positioned right, and let me get myself in view. My Moment case on the Pixel 6 Pro, I mean, that kind of covers it. That does a really good job. You know, the flash isn't covered or anything like that, but if this were the Pixel 7, the areas that it would just cover would very likely naturally cover that silver spot. So they might, you know, might actually be a really good argument for getting a Moment case. Because it'll just be a case that happens to cover up the ugly part. Well, it depends on if the case covers that part. Because I've seen a lot of Pixel 6 cases. I don't know how frequent this is. I guess that's an easy one to look up. Let's see. Amazon Pixel 6 Pro case. Yeah, looks like a lot of them seem to cover a fair portion of it. This one doesn't, but obviously there's some that will. Actually, this looks like a case that's just designed to break. Belroy, not sure you did the best case here. But yeah, a lot of these cases have kind of the cutout window look to them. So if they did something like this, that's not really ideal. It's still going to show a lot of that silver through, but I could see them making it work. Pixel 7 cases look bad in your opinion. Do they have the cases up? I'm having trouble imagining that, or were they leaked? Accessories. If we go to accessories, yeah, they're not going to show the 7 cases yet. Pixel 7 cases. Let's see if we can get... Okay, we'll look at AP's post. Wait, why would these be good? Alright. Oh, yeah, you guys switching over. Good job, AP. The images aren't loading. That's excellent. Alright, we'll go here. Yeah, these look awful. Well, I'm with you on this. These look really bad. I kind of appreciate this fact that they curve up. Oh, hey, Zach is popping in. Let me switch over to dual view. How you doing, bud? I'm not hearing you. You may not be on the right mic. But I do like that they've got a curve going into the case. That's a nice touch. Outside of that, yeah, these cases look kind of ugly. I'm not really seeing a purpose to them having this look. They just look like cheap TPU cases. So, yeah, they need to do something better to improve the look of these. They're not good. I mean, some of them look kind of okay in their generic-ish way. Actually, funny enough, I'm assuming that this is their hazel. That actually looks kind of weirdly good. The gold bar mixed with the hazel case and the gold letter and buttons, kind of actually like that. The rest of these, yeah, not into it. Zach, you with us?
I think so.
Okay, I kind of hear you.
Oh.
Now, a little better.
Shouldn't be low. It's my Yeti. Let's see. Turn up noise reduction.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe I didn't have my volume as high as I thought.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, anyway. They're making fabric watch bands, why not cases in the same material? Yeah, well, how about that recycled plastic that was made to feel like fabric? That would work, you know. That seemed like a successful thing a couple of years ago, and people seem to like it. I see no reason not to do that again. I don't know. There's a lot that I'm not... I'm feeling like the Pixel 7 is really a no, I don't want to call it a letdown. I want to say after the Pixel 6, they set a really high bar for interest. Like, I want to be interested in the Pixel 7, and I feel like there's not much reason to be interested. Okay, for a second I thought he was about to speak.
Just sitting down.
Okay. So what's up with you, man?
I got back to my dad's house after being at my mom's forever to take care of the dog. And then I made some hot sauce this afternoon because we had a lot of habaneros and chilies. So that was fun.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, as much as I like hot sauces, I've never actually tried making my own. I should do that.
It's easy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, a lot of the recipes are like, ooh, cut the peppers in half and roast them, or take out the seeds and then roast them, and then boil everything for a while, which is what we did this time. But a lot of the time, I just put them in raw. Maybe saute onions and stuff, but mostly raw. It's pretty easy.
Yeah. Well, and also take out the seeds. What monsters are... Come on now. The seeds are where you get half the heat.
I think that's the point for a lot of these recipes, because like a habanero is hot.
Yeah. That's the point. I mean, I know not everyone chases heat or anything, but yeah, my tolerance for heat is pretty good, and it's actually been a long time since I've eaten really like crazy hot food. When I lived in when I lived in Thailand. When I lived in Vegas, I started dating this girl who was from Thailand, and she exposed me to her way of eating, which was, a Thai person walking into a Thai restaurant, ordering stuff at like a level 8 or 9, which they serve white people and Thai people very differently. Depending, like a white person's 8 is warm. A Thai person's 8 is gonna melt your face. Anyway, yeah, I kind of had to adapt very quickly to that heat level. Yeah, no, seriously, the first time, this one time she had me over to eat at her apartment for dinner, and she told me she made the coconut milk soup really, really mild. And it was actually, it was really delicious. It was kind of warm, like it was warmer than I expected. Austin, Cody rubs Carolina Reapers in his eyes to hydrate them every morning. Legit. I swear, if it weren't for the eye part, I kind of do want to try Carolina Reapers. I just haven't actually stumbled across any that I could buy.
Order them on Amazon.
I don't doubt that. Yeah, I probably should look into it. I want to make sure I can't find them locally first. I've just
full dried Carolina Reaper, 8 minimum plus bonus peppers.
Yeah, but
$8
dried versus fresh. Like I want to try fresh.
I don't know if that's gonna change the heat very much.
It's not about changing the heat. It's changing the flavor. Dried
You're not
versus
gonna
fresh
taste anything on a Carolina Reaper.
Oh, come on. That's not true. Reapers have flavor. At least I assume. I've had hot sauces I've had hot sauces made from Reaper. I've never just had Reaper like by itself.
You can grow your own.
Sure, yeah. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, so dating that girl in Vegas, she had me eating extremely hot food on a regular basis, and we cooked at home fairly often for a while. And yeah, Thai chili peppers, it was just straight up cut them into pieces, seeds and all, everything went into the everything. There was no cutting out seeds, there was no knocking anything away. It all went in. I was making green curry just well, it's now been like a week and a half, but I made green curry, and yeah, that's how I make it. Like just slice them up, scoop everything into the dish, no questions asked.
I like hot sauce. I like the vinegary hot sauce better than just heat hot sauce.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, well, hot sauce for heat is dumb. And anything... I do stand by this. Like, I don't eat anything just to have hot. And I don't want something that is hot without flavor. It has to have some good flavor, otherwise you're just making something that tastes terrible and makes your tongue hurt. So yeah, I want good flavor on it, but I also like heat.
Yeah, I mean it's nice to have a little heat in here, but yeah, there's got to be flavor too. And vinegar is the easy way to do it.
Yeah, vinegar, it is a good base. It works really well. There are others, but yeah, vinegar is, like, honestly, if you go looking through almost every hot sauce in a store, they're basically all going to be vinegar based.
It's also a good preservative.
Among other things, yeah. And it is, popular flavor combo.
Doesn't like vinegar.
No, there are people. Actually, my mom, she's not a big fan.
She's wrong.
Well, there's a lot of things she's not a big... She doesn't like certain foods. It's a fairly long list. Plus, she's got some allergies, so... Austin, had them dried, one literally made an entire pot of chili taste like it was burnt and killed all the flavor. Yeah. And that is the problem with a couple of peppers. The one, I gotta say, the one that I love the flavor on most has to be Scotch Bonnets. Scotch Bonnets are so freaking good.
Might be what we used last year instead of Habaneros.
Yeah, they'd be about the same temperature level.
Oh.
I think Scotch Bonnets are slightly hotter.
It's closely related to the Habanero.
Yeah. But they have to me, Scotch Bonnets have more they just have more of a flavor, and they do fit so well with like tropical food. Obviously, they're extremely popular out of Jamaica. So,
yeah.
Tons of Jamaican cooking involves Scotch Bonnets. Let's see. So earlier, Austin had said as long as they nail the refinements over the Pixel 6 Pro, he'll upgrade. And this is Google's first real iteration on a flagship design, so hopefully they nail it. Outside of seemingly upgrading from the Tensor 1 to the Tensor 2, it just does. There haven't been any big revelations about the Pixel 7 coming with something notably interesting or different. Like, they changed it a little cosmetically. I think we can safely assume, or we know for a fact, it's going to be Tensor 2. Outside of that, I don't get what's going to be different. I'm assuming they'll fix the modem issues. I'd like to think that Tensor 2 will fix the heat, not overheating, but just the generally getting too hot issue. Outside of that, like, I don't know. What are they going to improve? It seems like if I recall, all the rumors call for them basically using the same cameras. I think the selfie was going to get upgraded, but I might be thinking the wrong thing.
Doesn't Google always use like old cameras or reuse them? They just depend mostly on the software.
You know, I'd like to say that one string of doing this for multiple phones does not technically make a pattern that all future phones will follow, but it does seem kind of that way. So yeah, I don't know what's going to come of that, but I'm certainly kind of expecting, in not the most optimistic way, that they probably are going to use the same sensors, at least most of the same sensors. If they change one, it's probably not going to be the main shooter. It's going to be one of the like either the selfie or the is an ultra wide on the Pixel 7 Pro, right? It's sad that I don't actually remember. Yeah, all the sensors on the 6 Pro were old except for the selfie. Yeah, that's not wonderful. But that doesn't mean that they can't replace something. They absolutely could. And by all accounts, a big part of the reason that they stuck with the same camera for so long in the previous Pixels had more to do with, or not more to do with, but had at least a fair amount to do with Mark Lavoie basically saying, hey, you know, we're happy with this. We've worked out a lot of the issues with that sensor. Why change when a new sensor is not really going to bring anything new? I get that argument. I don't think it was entirely sound, but I get it. Because new sensors absolutely can bring some, particularly light gathering ability, but also just sort of faster performance, better technology, the ability to do or to process the image a little faster. You can benefit from things in the sensor that later Pixels didn't take advantage of. Oh, that's right. They were possibly switching to Samsung sensors. If they're the same specs, see, the thing about saying they're the same spec, I'm not overly worried about that, because you can have two sensors that on paper are the same resolution. They claim to be the same everything. And then when you actually compare them side by side, they can be very different. The performance just can vary wildly. So I'm not, I wouldn't base too much on that, but you know, it's also, they're looking at changing the selfie and telephoto cameras. I mean, it's not that those are unused cameras, but they're also not the most used cameras. So yeah, I'm just not feeling that excited. Yeah, Samsung, historically, their sensors usually are worse than Sony's. I mean, Samsung is good at spec sheets. They ship a sensor and it's going to be 50 megapixel, whereas the comparable sensor from Sony really is going to be like 12 or 16 megapixel, and Samsung's is supposed to be binned down, and in the end they end up being similar, but Samsung's picture is worse. When Samsung ships a sensor that is nearly identical to Sony's in like resolution and other specs, Sony's are just better. typically. I'm sure there's exceptions, but I don't think there are very many.
Nice that Samsung could get over itself. Stop shipping the Exynos and flagship phones. Stop randomly giving people ISO sensors instead of Sony.
Do you think this is them? I don't think this is an ego thing. Maybe it is. There might be some.
I don't
ego
know what
involved.
else it could be, because it's not like Qualcomm doesn't have enough of the 8 Gen 1 to give for Samsung to distribute them in Europe. And like they've done phones where they're just all Qualcomm everywhere. So it's not like they can't.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I can think of is like either there's some weird incentive for them to do it, which wouldn't make sense because it's multiple different governments and cultures, or they just want to have their Exynos in a flagship.
I have a few theories on this, none of which could be based on anything other than just theories, but one, and it's the one anyone would normally suggest, is they make their own thing, therefore it must be cheaper. I think we've actually heard this was disproven to some extent, which I doubt. I imagine it's still cheaper, just not by very much. Because running your own facility for fabbing is not going to be cheap, and I don't think they ship enough units that it's necessarily a big price win. But we also know Qualcomm charges a pretty good premium on chips, so it's hard to say.
Also, doesn't Samsung, at least until recently, make some Qualcomm chips?
Do they? I honestly don't know.
Sure, for a while at least, there was... Let's see. I don't know how to look this up. It looks like they made a partnership with Global Foundries.
Okay, they fab the 8 Gen 1. Alright. So, yeah, one of my theories is it could just be a price thing. Samsung might be saving money by using Exynos instead of a Qualcomm chip. It's hard to say, but that would at least be a reasonable explanation. And it's the one everyone's expected and thought for ages. The next reason, and to me, I think this one is a lot more credible because we know it's something Samsung has done in the past in software, and that is they don't want to be entirely reliant on some other company. That doesn't mean they're necessarily going to make all of their products on their own thing, but they did this with Android. Samsung decided to duplicate basically every single service Google offered. They duplicated all the apps, they duplicated everything, even going so far as to create Bixby, which, come on. They did all of this stuff so that they could genuinely say, if Google flips on them someday and just turns out to be a bad partner, they can pick up and walk away. Well, part of the logic for this might just be, if Qualcomm turns out to be that terrible partner that screws them over someday, you can pick up your toys and go somewhere else and start just fabbing more Exynos chips. That's it. Done. You don't need to be reliant on someone. That's a powerful position to be in.
They don't have to keep putting their chips in their own phones.
That's true.
I guess it's because no one else wants to use them.
Yeah.
But like that has to be an added cost. I know Samsung isn't exactly afraid of having 5 million variants of the same phone. But
not when they ship as many as they do. No.
like, if it's cheaper to make their own processor, that cost saving has to be negated, at least partly, by having to make 2 sets of firmware, 2 sets of motherboards, 2 sets of modems, 2 sets of drivers for these 2 completely different chipsets.
I have no doubt. I'm sure that's costing them. I don't know that matters, because again, I think they're willing to do this on a strategic basis. Again, look at all the software they created. Again, just so they could walk away from Google if the situation ever came. That's the amount of money that they spent developing all that software has to be through the roof. But they did it. They did it so that they would have the ability to do it. It wasn't even a negotiating tactic, as far as anyone seems to know. At least with Qualcomm, there could even be a negotiating factor there. They might actually be able to legitimately just go to Qualcomm and say, look, we got our own chip. We'll pay you this if you won't accept our price. We have our own chip. We don't have to pay your price. We're not reliant on you. That's an actual negotiating option. When it was Google, let's be honest, everyone knows that Samsung was getting a better partner price, but I doubt their argument was really, oh yeah, by the way, we made copies of all your stuff and we can walk away if we want. Like, I think Google mostly just sat there and said, oh, okay, good for you. We don't care if you copied. Ugh. Damn it. Muting the Nest Hub. Anyway. So, that's the only thing that makes a lot of sense to me. It just to have it's a cost, but it's a strategic cost that might actually have returns. I'm trying to think. I had a third thing in mind and now I'm blanking on it, but I suppose to some extent they might be doing Exynos for the purpose of sort of like experimentation and being able to justify building out things that they can do. I don't know. It's what any company in this position kind of does anyway. So, hard to say, but it would track.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if they're doing much. I don't know if they're trying to be like, oh, we could walk away from Android or Google at any time. I think they just copy everything because they copy everything. They'd rather do that than modify it. Although then they actually do modify stuff and send it back to AOSP.
Yeah. Austin linked to somebody discussing the true 4nm chips, so it's kind of bleak that they're in that situation where they're lying about what they were fabbing chips at. Sorry, as I'm making sure I've got my scenes worked out in OBS.
That was another thing I heard. Like, the 8 Gen 1 is apparently a lot worse than the 8 Plus Gen 1. Because Samsung made the 8 Gen 1, and I think TSMC did the 8 Plus.
Yeah, I know I remember hearing about that. I don't remember too many of the details, but I know I remember hearing just it was, I think, in benchmarks it wasn't heat, right? Pretty much just benchmarks were showing that the TSMC model was outperforming the Exynos, even though the Exynos should have theoretically had higher performance.
This works. I'm done with tech reviewing.
Say what?
I don't know how this works. I'm done with tech reviewing.
Oh, as a side note, look at me with all those LinkedIn notifications that I never ever click on. I hate LinkedIn. It's a site that you sign up for out of some sense of obligation, thinking that it's going to lead to better jobs or things like that, and their only real purpose is to turn you into a mailing list and explicitly charge people to view your contact details and various other things. Yep, that's LinkedIn, folks.
That it is.
Austin says, basically the Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 wasn't really 4 nanometer because of low yield. The 8 Plus Gen 1 is real 4 nanometer, like the Exynos 2200. So even on the same node, Samsung is behind because of their IP and fabric. Oh, geez. Well, hey, it is what it is. I don't know. I've said it before. It's hard to say that at this point there is a very noticeable difference. Like, it really, if somebody hands you, I know that this is a little trite, but if someone hands you a phone or two phones, one of them has a 5 nanometer process, the other one's 4 nanometer. Like, are you going to tell the difference? Are you going to pick up either phone and install Apex Legends on there and say, oh, hey, look at that? One of them renders just a little further, or, you know, it feels like the AI in this one is a little better. How about the frame rates? No difference. Battery life, can you tell? At the end of the day, it's one of them got 5 minutes longer battery life, maybe. Like, that's, I feel like at this point, like, I don't want to undersell how important it is that we keep seeing improvements. I just don't think that it's having that big of an impact anymore. Not with the software that we're running or the things that we're doing. Someday we're gonna have much higher demands, and then it'll matter again. But right now, I think we're in that phase where the software is not making heavy use of the hardware.
Yeah, but there is also the future proofing stuff, and the whole thing of Apple being so far ahead.
There was this I guess just internet friend. To this day I still don't even remember how we even started talking, but somehow we started chatting on Hangouts, and he used to message me all the time about how far ahead Apple was, and it, like, in his description, it's funny because he wasn't an Apple fan either, but he just kept looking at how all of these Apple processors were coming out for the iPhone and going off about, you know, they're 3, 4, 5 years ahead of Qualcomm, and their performance level is this, and they were doing that. And as he was saying this, I remember at that point in time, I could look at an Android phone and look at an iPhone, and I could, you know, you could genuinely say, yeah, the iPhone is very narrowly smoother, but show me where this matters. And he very clearly got mad at me every time I made that argument. But it's like, seriously, if you can hand it to a regular person and they can't tell a difference, does it matter that Apple's processor is that much faster and supposedly better? And does it? And at the end of the day, if Apple's phones are getting a battery life of a day, but the Android phone that has a much slower, less efficient processor, and the phone isn't it's like a not even a millimeter thicker, but it's got a battery life of 2 days. At the end of the day, people don't care that the processor inside is supposedly like years ahead of the competition. People care that the product they're holding has 2-day battery life, and visually it seems to run just as well. I don't get the argument for the chip performance on a benchmark is just as or more important than how everything is implemented. And obviously a big part of the problem there is Apple just is so obsessed with making his phone so thin that they can't put a battery in it. So that's their own fault. Awesome. Which one can film my NyQuil chicken TikTok in 8K? Well, none of them will do 8K, but you can certainly get ProRes out of the iPhone. And
over USB 2. Oh my god, this here. Okay, I have something to rant about now.
Good. Okay.
The argument. Someone at one of the Apple blogs rightly pointed out that copying a ProRes or ProRAW video or photo, or a bunch of them from your iPhone to your computer over USB 2 is kind of ridiculous for something that costs $1,200 at least.
Mm-hmm.
And then the argument against that, like for why Apple is good still using Lightning, is because everyone just uses AirDrop anyway. And so, that's just really dumb, for one, because unless you have... When did Macs get Wi-Fi 6? It was 2020, probably?
Probably in that neighborhood.
Yeah, so if you've got an Intel Mac, you probably still have Wi-Fi 5. And AirDrop does do a direct Wi-Fi network thing, so it's not like you're going back to your router and then to your computer, which would cause a lot of bottlenecking and overhead. But it's still Wi-Fi. It's still, like, it's got a theoretical speed that's a lot faster than USB 2, but it's a theoretical speed that's slower than USB 3. Even the most basic 5 gigabits USB 3 is faster. And I did an actual test. Like, I sat there with my Mac and my iPhone, and I airdropped a 2.5 gig file, and I think it went at like 445 megabits per second, which is actually about what USB 2 is. And I know people have gotten faster, but also it's Wi-Fi, so there's no, like, it's a very wide range of possible speeds depending on where you are, how far exactly your iPhone is from your Mac.
You can literally be transferring. Just put your hand between the phone and your computer and watch as the speed slightly drops. Yeah.
At like USB 2 speeds for a direct Wi-Fi connection is pretty impressive. And I actually didn't have the problem that a lot of people seem to have with AirDrop, where it takes a really long time to actually handshake and set up the connection.
I've had that problem in the past. And I don't even use AirDrop very much.
I didn't end up having that issue, but like, there's still some overhead there for it to negotiate. It still takes a couple seconds to connect and accept and all that, but it was pretty fast. And USB 2, maybe it's the cable that came with the iPhone, it was really only like 180 megabits per second. or 130 or something. So AirDrop is definitely faster than Lightning. But I transferred the same file to my Galaxy S22 over a USB 3 cable, and I'm pretty sure the S22 is just basic USB 3, 5 gigabits, and it went at 1.3 gigabits per second.
Yeah.
So it's 3 times the speed of AirDrop, 3 times the theoretical speed of USB 2. AirDrop is faster than Lightning, but it's still nowhere near as fast as even the most basic USB 3. And Apple designs Thunderbolt. They could very easily put Thunderbolt in the iPhone Pro.
Yep.
That would give you 40 gigabits per second theoretical speed. That would actually be good. And I'm sure people are also saying like, oh, well, it's just an iPhone. It's just a consumer device. You're not really supposed to be doing this ProRAW and ProRes stuff.
Well, then
it's called an iPhone Pro.
Then they wouldn't be putting it in a phone.
In there. I don't care if they meant it for consumers or not. They put the feature in there. It still takes forever to transfer.
Yeah.
It's a really dumb argument to say, oh, well, we've got AirDrop. No one uses USB. The ProRAW and ProRes aren't for you. They're for someone who does use USB and who would probably like USB 3 once in a while.
Yeah, there's really no defending that kind of logic. It doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly, Carson. Their marketing videos are all like, "Ooh, look at the pros use our stuff. They use it instead of their Sony whatever professional grade cameras to make their AAA movie." No one can say that the iPhone Pro isn't meant for pros, because Apple explicitly says it's for pros.
I mean, you could definitely make a solid argument of like Apple's use of the word pro is offensively dishonest, but still the basic notion is they put in a feature, they hyped it heavily in their marketing. Whether or not people are using that, that's a viable question. People might not be using that, but it is there, and there definitely are people who are using it. Like, there's no question. Not that it's the best example in the world, but Peter McKinnon, I saw just a couple of days ago, he had posted a video he filmed an entire video from his office or from his studio using the new iPhone with ProRes. And I don't remember if he talked too much about how long it took to get the video off of there, but I imagine whoever he had editing the video probably hated that part of their life. But I mean, this is a thing. People definitely do use it. It might not be a bunch of Hollywood directors. It might not be you might not see an iPhone used to film the next Marvel movie. But that doesn't make it less of a thing that people are using. People are definitely using it. So, it's dumb to put out a feature, whether it's being used by someone who's pro enough or not, but they're putting in a feature that they've then hamstrung completely by not improving the other parts of the phone that are necessary to make the best of that feature.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of a shame, because like Apple, even without the ProRAW, ProRes, whatever, the iPhone 12 mini took better videos than my S22 can, unless I'm like using the zoom features. It has much better dynamic range. Like, my dog is almost completely black. Full black, and when I would take videos of him playing in the snow, my S22 would be like, what? You're telling me to focus on this black void, but everything else is bright white, and it just didn't know what to do. So either the dog would be whatever the opposite of blown out is, and the snow would be completely blown out, and the phone, the preview would fall down to like 15 frames per second, and the phone would get hot. Just a whole mess. And the iPhone was just like, oh yeah, there's a dog there. Mm-hmm. And it showed up fine, and it didn't have any issues.
So, just while we've been talking, I looked at the keynote where they announced the iPhone 14, and I quickly counted up. They spent, I'm ballparking here, it's a give or take about a minute, but they spent a combined 11 minutes talking about the camera and features specific to the camera, like ProRes and cinematic mode, things like that. Which, all things considered, 11 minutes might not sound like a lot, but bear in mind, they spent a lot of time talking about the watch. In fact, if you go back and look, seriously, the amount of time they dedicated to the watch is nuts.
They were very proud of that watch.
God, they really were. Well, they don't...
I mean, 100 meters of saltwater resistance is pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, just for... Seriously, I'm looking at the chapter markers. It's 40 minutes into their keynote before they switch from the watch, or the watches, it's multiple versions, but before they switch to the AirPods Pro. And technically they start 6 minutes in, so it's more like 34 minutes, but still, that's a lot of time to focus on those watches. And then the AirPods Pro got about 8-ish minutes. And then the iPhones are 48 minutes to... The iPhone's got 50 minutes. Ish. And out of those 50 minutes, 11 were spent talking about the cameras. Clearly people care. They care about the cameras. And I'd say people in general care about the cameras. Even if it might not be a top priority to everyone, like I would care more about the cameras, but I know most people don't. It clearly matters. And they're clearly making that a major marketing point.
Of good cameras.
Yeah, particularly for video, which sadly is still the thing that I remember last year, everyone was looking at the Pixel 6 and saying, okay, like we know that it's going to have a great camera for photos, but what about video? And the Pixel 6 comes out and it's like, okay, you keep talking about the photos, this is great, but and True Tone, good, it'll do skin colors right, and you've got other stuff. How about video? Where's the video? If you're not talking about the video, you're kind of hiding something. Hey, you barely mentioned video. Awesome. So video's going to suck, right? Yeah, and video, it's not terrible. It's just not that great.
Yeah, I don't really get why Android phones have such an issue with video. Like, I mean, I like having 4 hardware physical zoom levels on my S22 that can all do 1080p at 60 frames per second, but the phone gets kinda hot when I'm doing it and drains the battery pretty fast. Like, that's not an issue the iPhone has, even if I can't zoom.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. What bothers me is when I look at video from most Android phones, and this isn't necessarily going to be true across all of them. I haven't sat down and like super closely compared Actually, I really haven't looked at a lot of the video out of the Pixel 6, which kind of feel bad about. But it just stands out so much to me that almost every video I see coming out of any Android phone, usually the colors look just kind of weird and off. They're almost always over sharpened, which, okay, smartphone, you kind of expect some over sharpening, but it's a little too obvious out of a lot of Android phones. And I don't know, it's like there's some weird exposure control issues which also just screw with your frame rates a lot. There's a lot of stuff that videos out of Android phones a lot of times just it's just not as good. It's hard to pin down, but if you're looking at side by side iPhone video versus pretty much any Android phone, you can just tell there are little subtle differences. And generally speaking, the iPhone video looks nicer. And now that you can shoot in ProRes, like, holy crap, that is so nice. Well, ProRes RAW. This alone makes me want to get an iPhone 14.
In the 6 days it takes to copy the file off.
Yes. That is indisputably the problem.
Oh, that was another thing. Someone's like, oh, just set up iCloud photo sync. Like, my upload speed is 10 megabits per second. That's slower than the USB connection.
Yeah.
Then I'd have to re-download it.
Yeah, and you know, there's no, I won't dispute the point that there is the possible convenience factor. Like, if it's syncing to iCloud and you have it set up so it then syncs the video to a laptop or something like that, and you don't have to do this manually, you don't have to mess around, and maybe like this is a thing where you don't have to get the video file to your computer quickly, like from start to finish. You just have to do it with as little time commitment for yourself as possible. Okay, then sure, syncing is great. That's fantastic, but it also isn't a solution if you need, like, I shot the video, now I need the video on my computer ASAP.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Now iCloud syncing is a terrible solution. And in fact, it actually will interfere with you getting the video to your computers quickly. But
yeah, I'm just tired of the, oh, we already have something that sort of works, so why would we bother with something that's better in every way?
Mm-hmm. And this does bring up the obvious counterpoint. I don't know if it's going to happen next year, but somewhere in the not too distant future, Apple is, as we all know, going to be forced to switch to USB-C in at least the UK. Huh?
You mean the EU?
Sorry, the EU.
Doing something too.
Yeah. No, it's the EU. I just mixed them up for a moment. Yeah, we know with at least relative certainty that this is a done deal. And will they possibly be jerks about it and ship a Lightning version in the US while still shipping, or while moving to USB-C in the EU? They might. As this event proved, they're absolutely willing to make a US only model, even if it's barely different, but still, they're willing to do it, so that's a thing. It's idiotic, but that's a thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do question, what are they thinking? Are they necessarily thinking logically about this? And are they going to kind of be forced to actually fix this thing that we all know is a problem? And they just seem to have conveniently ignored for all these years.
That's the weird thing. They haven't completely ignored the issue that Lightning is USB 2, because On certain iPad Pro models that have Lightning, it does support USB 3, but only if the iPad is the USB host. So like if you're using a dongle for an SD card or to plug in a camera over USB, it does support USB 3.0, but it doesn't if it's like a device on a computer host. It's just USB 2 then. So I don't know what they're doing, but it has to be some weird non-standard thing with those special dongles.
Interesting.
Lightning is only 8 pins, and it's symmetrical, so it should only be able to support USB 2, because USB 3 needs 8 pins, but Lightning can only give 4 pins. So yeah, I don't know what exactly it's doing, but it's something weird and non-standard.
Oh man. It is quickly worth noting, even once they switch to USB-C, it is entirely possible it'll still be USB 2 that they transfer over.
No, that's a problem in the Android world, where tons of flagship phones have USB-C, have crazy fast charging, and then it's USB 2. Like, I don't think there's a single Xiaomi phone that is USB 3. Even their $1,400 Ultra series, it's USB 2. And that is ridiculous. Don't get me wrong. And it's ridiculous that the $1,000 Galaxy Flip is USB 2. But they don't shoot Pro RAW.
Yeah. In fact, I would point out that in most of the Android phone cases, they've been moving the other, well, I don't want to say the other direction, but it's kind of the other direction. A lot of them have been making a point of supporting H.260 or H.265. So the file sizes shrank while the quality got slightly better. So, easier to transfer. You're using less and you have to move less. Apple is sitting there like, oh, sure, we'll give you more quality, but we're going to give you ProRes RAW so that you can absolutely obliterate your 1 terabyte of storage on the phone in a matter of minutes, but it's going to take you a week to move that file off of your phone.
Fairness, I think Apple does also record in 265 for normal video.
I believe so, yeah.
And something that is nice about Apple, or about iOS, is that I don't know exactly how it does it. It's got to be like the app can opt in to H.265 and HEIC support. Otherwise, it automatically converts the media file you're uploading to that app back to H.264 or JPEG, normal JPEG, which is a nice thing, and I kind of wish Samsung had it, but there really isn't something built into Android, as far as I know, where you can tell if an app can handle the new codecs or not. I guess Samsung could do like a good lock thing where you enable apps that need to be converted, but it would be nice because I take my photos in HEIC because otherwise they take up a lot of space, and if I want to share them to Discord, my current workflow is to share it to my saved messages in Telegram, so Telegram compresses it to a normal JPEG, and then share it from Telegram to Discord, because Discord still doesn't support the new image and video formats. And for no reason.
Well, technically they have a reason. It's a bad one, but yeah, they say they would have to pay a licensing fee for it.
Yeah, they're wrong.
Yeah, they are wrong. But
you only have to pay a licensing fee what is it? If you're making the hardware or something, I can't remember what it is. But if you're just using it, you don't have to pay a licensing fee.
Yeah, I don't remember the specifics, but regardless, this is actually, I started developing, well, I built my own Discord bot a long time ago, and then I decided a little while ago, well, a few months ago, I was going to rewrite it, in large part because I was kind of tired of seeing people share HEIF images to, or HEIC, whatever. I was tired of seeing people sharing those to Discord accidentally and then having to delete them and then fiddle with trying to re-upload them and something people can look at. And no one wants to sit there and download that file and then open it on their computer just so they can see it. Like, I found a library. I was just going to write it up so that anytime somebody uploaded one of those files, it would just quickly do the conversion, re-upload the file, and in JPEG. I just haven't gotten around.
That's another thing. Like, why couldn't Discord just convert them?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't need a license. You definitely don't need a license to do that.
Oh, okay, actually, I have it's not a good explanation, but I could kind of see maybe converting those files. It's not that strenuous on the system, but when you scale it up to hundreds of thousands of people, I could see where that might start adding up. But or possibly millions. I doubt it would reach the point of millions, but you know, it is not a trivial amount of processing power when you scale it to that many people. I could see why they might not want that.
It could happen on the device. If you're uploading an HEIC file to Discord, there's a good chance the device you're uploading it from, if it's on mobile, supports that codec, and can convert it, and you can just use the Android API to do that locally and then upload it.
Well,
so there's no AWS instances needed.
Or the counterpoint is they could allow the file to be uploaded in its original format, but then have the viewers do their own re-encoding.
I think that would be worse because it wouldn't work on older versions of Android.
Well, it wouldn't work natively. And bearing in mind, those older versions, or most of the Android devices that are going to touch this probably are going to see it and go, "Oh yeah, we recognize that format. We can just open it, or we can view that, no problem." And then the older versions of Android can see it and just run a conversion, a simple software conversion. It's not ideal for the reasons I gave moments ago. It obviously is going to run their processors a little bit more, but you could always just literally put a button on it. If someone cares enough to see the image, they can click the button and, you know, about a second and a half later, it renders. Unless the image is massive in size, it's not gonna be that big of a hit to your device. Like, it'll technically eat a little battery, but it's gonna be insignificant. And again, I'm not encouraging this. I don't think it's a good solution, but it is something they could do.
Yeah, I think it would be easier for everyone to just have it be converted before the upload.
Yeah, generally speaking. The only counterpoint, or the only counter to that, is if you're uploading it and you genuinely want to upload the original file for whatever reason, because the original file contains a lot more.
Telegram thing where it's like compress images, and you uncheck that box, and
right.
it sends it as the original file.
Yeah.
They've already got checkboxes for spoilers. They could just add another one.
I think it's a little bit of a different thing in that scenario, but sure. Yeah. Something like that. But this has created a big problem among smartphones, because you've got Apple and Samsung that are very actively choosing to use HEIC or HEIF, and you've got a bunch of others that aren't using it. So, and many of them can support it. It's actually built into the hardware. They're just not doing it at the software level. And it's obviously confusing for whatever reason Discord, because, big company with a fair amount of money and partnerships and all that stuff, they can't seem to figure out format conversions. Yeah, it's we're stuck in that weird place where this is a format that should take over, and too many people are standing in the way of it.
Yeah. No. Well, it's mostly Discord. Even Twitter converts.
Well, okay, I don't remember right now, but I think Photoshop doesn't support. Well, when did it? Photoshop might have added support for that. Now I don't remember.
GIC.
Okay, it looks like it's probably supported. Yeah, it's supported. Oh, wait. Is it? Looking at an Adobe page that has got a whole lot of really unnecessary details.
I mean, Windows supports HEIC. It would be ridiculous if Photoshop didn't.
Yeah, but Photoshop does everything internally. They trust the OS to do so little. And there are actually good reasons.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even Windows built-in barely MVP image viewer can handle it. It'd be ridiculous if this $1,000 piece of software didn't. And Affinity Photo has no problem with HEIC either.
Oh my, okay, wait, this is weird. It looks like they do rely on Windows support. According to this page, get this up on the share. So according to this, how to open an HEIC file. In the second paragraph, it says, to open an HEIC file in Windows, you will need to update to version 18.09 of Windows 10 or later. You can then install the HEIF image extension support tool from the Microsoft Store to ensure your HEIC files retain their video functionality. You will also need to purchase the HEVC video extensions tool. Once these are all installed, you should be able to double click on an HEIC file and it will open in the default Photos app. What? And that doesn't even reference Photoshop. Okay, it says you can open and edit HEIC images. To open, it looks like you have to use Camera Raw. Okay, if you're on Windows, you have to download those plugins. Period. That's just part of their instructions. For Mac, it seems like it happens through the Adobe Camera Raw stuff. But once it's in, I guess it's okay. That's so weird. Okay. So that must be a licensing thing. They just don't want to pay for it. But once you use it, I guess maybe it... I don't know. I don't know, man. That's... Photoshop is dumb. Photoshop is so dumb. I like it. It's good software when it's good software. But, man, there are so many problems like this. Adobe just resents sane software development.
Pretty happy with my one-time purchase of $50 for Affinity Photo.
You know,
It may not have all the fancy AI stuff, but it works pretty well.
so I have paid for Affinity Photo, though notably, I paid for Affinity Photo, Affinity Designer. Was there a third thing, or is it just those two? I know there's also a desktop publishing thing, but
recenter.
I can't remember if there was another thing besides that. Anyway, I don't think there was. So I did buy both of those, but I made a point of buying them when they were on sale. So I think collectively, I think both of them were on sale for 50% off when I bought them. So it was like buying just one and getting both.
Yeah, they go on sale a lot.
Yeah, they're on sale all the time.
Which is nice because it's worth $50, but
Yeah.
I'll happily get it for $35.
The thing is, I don't use them very often, in part because, honestly, the AI stuff that you just said you don't care too much about happens to be probably like 80% of the reason I'm using, or 80% of what I'm doing while I'm in Photoshop working on photos. So there's a lot to be said for that. The other thing is, they're just I don't know, a handful of things that every time I try to use Affinity Photo, they're either slower to get to, or they just aren't there. And, you know, it's nothing against Affinity Photo. It's really good software. But, you know, it's kind of that thing, like, if there's a grocery store that is a little cheaper, and it's a little closer to me, and it's this, and it's that, but it's missing those 3 items that I really am certain that I'm going to pick up. Is it worth it for me to stop at that grocery store and get everything else a little bit cheaper and a little closer, and then drive to the other store or find some other way to get those things? Or should I just go to the other grocery store that's a little more expensive, a little further away, but I only have to make one stop? Like, that's kind of where Photoshop is for me. It's
Definitely, like, if you're a super heavy photo editor, designer, whatever, Affinity can't really keep up. But for a lot of people who are paying way too much money for Photoshop, Affinity is by far the better value proposition.
Oh, 100%. And honestly, I think slowly but surely Adobe's clutch on, like, this iron grip that they have on various industries is creeping away. Video editing, like, obviously there's always been a big divide between, like, these big Hollywood movie level of video editing and your YouTube vloggers. But there was a time where if you were a YouTuber, you pretty much only used Adobe Premiere. Now, forget it. Like, so many people have switched away to Final Cut and DaVinci Resolve. If you're doing, like, vector art of any kind, like logos, well, just tons and tons of stuff, a lot of animation. It used to be all Illustrator all the time. Now, Affinity's Designer is a great alternative. It does lack some features. It's not going to be useful for all the things that you used to do in Illustrator, but man, there's so little point to getting Illustrator if you can do what you need to do in Affinity Designer. And the same is true of Affinity Photo. Like, so much of what people do in Photoshop, it is basically layers plus some basic tools. And you can do the exact same stuff in Affinity Photo, no question. So why pay a monthly subscription for something that is just, it might have more features, but if you're not using them, screw it. Just pay the one-time fee and you're good to go.
Yeah, and one thing I like about Affinity is that even though technically, if you buy a license, it's only valid for one computer, they don't check. Like, they just check that the license is valid. They don't check that it's already activated on something. So I have the same licenses for my Windows computer and my Mac, and when I had another Windows computer, I had the license for that as well. Like, they don't care really how many computers you use it on, so you just need one license for each program.
Okay, so you bought it from them directly as opposed to buying it from a different store.
I bought it before I had a Mac.
Yeah, and that is one thing. I bought them before they were on Windows. So.
Oh yeah, because they started on iPad, didn't they?
No, they started on Mac. Then they moved to iPad. Then they hopped over to Windows, which actually I was technically part of their beta test for, I think it was Affinity Photo on Windows, but I joined their beta and they didn't ship a usable version until I had stopped using Windows, and it's like, thanks, but I'm just gonna kind of leave that there and not bother with it. But hey, it's super cool you did that.
It works great now.
Yeah.
It's completely feature parity with the Mac version.
Yeah. And if there's a company doing really good work, it's them. Cheers to them. Like, they're doing great work. I just wish they offered enough of the other things I need, and then I would be all about that.
Yeah, I mean, they're working on it. One of the issues is that they're kind of a small company.
Oh yeah, they're definitely much smaller.
They're not anywhere near as mature as Photoshop.
Yeah. Well, and there's also one pretty resounding and obvious problem that also kicks in. Their raw processing is nowhere near Lightroom, which basically means you kind of still have to go find something else as a Lightroom replacement. And I mean, that's certainly doable. There are some excellent Lightroom replacements. In fact, if anything, I dare say I would have no trouble replacing Lightroom. It's good, but it's not that great. It's not special, but holy crap, I need to replace way more than Photoshop. Or sorry, I would have an easier time replacing Lightroom, is what I was trying to say. I could do that without breaking a sweat. There are a few different apps that I actually want to replace Lightroom with. The only problem is if I'm already paying for the photography package that comes with Lightroom and Photoshop. Like, I'm already paying for Photoshop and getting Lightroom basically for free. I'm not eager to rush out and spend money buying something else to do something I already can do. But yeah.
So I'm just looking at Serif's history, and they do have a history of making photo, video editors, publisher programs, because they had Page Plus, which released for Windows 3.0 originally and was discontinued in 2015. And it looks like the Affinity stuff is just all of these products version 2 almost. I'm guessing they're a complete rewrite.
I imagine so.
But they're like the spiritual successors, because they discontinued the old ones in 2015 and all of these new ones came out except for Publisher in 2015. Or, well, Draw Plus actually came out in 2014. Or Designer. But then Photo came out in 2015. And all of their old whatever plus programs look like they were all discontinued in 2015. That's interesting. Oh, Movie Plus was discontinued in 2012.
So they had a video editor, huh?
Yeah, it looks like a proper non-linear iMovie-like. It's interesting. So I'm wondering.
Kind of surprised.
I wonder if
they don't still have it. Here's the thing. At this stage, honestly, like, that is a business I would not want to get into. I would not make a video editor unless it is for a mobile device. And frankly, that's not a business I would want to get into either. But the thing is, when it comes to video editors, like, for one, on a Mac, they're competing with Final Cut, Premiere Pro, and DaVinci Resolve. At this stage, DaVinci Resolve is really good for a thing you can get for free.
Yeah.
So, unless you're already an established thing like Final Cut or Premiere Pro, man, I would not want to, like, there's no benefit to getting in that industry because you're going to have the hardest time actually breaking in. With mobile devices, there's a lot of room to be in there. Because, I mean, Apple has something on the iPhone, or iPad, really. But, you know, it's not necessarily the best editor. iMovie could be made a lot better. And then on the Android side, they got, like, there are technically options, but none of them are really good enough. I mean, Adobe Premiere Rush is fine, I guess. It's not that good. I mean, it's better than what was on there at the time that the app came out, but that was a low bar. Carson, is DaVinci Resolve my primary video editor? Yes. Now it absolutely is. For a long time, I was using Final Cut. Now I just use DaVinci Resolve. I do still have Final Cut installed, but I don't even remember the last time I loaded it up. Yeah, I like everything about Resolve more. It has a workflow that makes more sense. It is actually a production workflow, which is, in a way, it's more steps, but the steps are kind of faster, so it's easier. It has more, like, effects and motion graphics capabilities built in. It does. I wouldn't say that it has, that there is easy to, well, I don't want to say it that way. Like, they are as easy to use. They're functionally the same, but you know, in that way that, like, Instagram or various photo editors have, like, a ton of looks, like photo effects and stuff like that kind of built in. You can pick your, like, if you want to sepia tone your photo, you can just tap on something and have that. Some of the more advanced stuff that you might find in Final Cut or Adobe Premiere, they're kind of just almost like plug-in effects. DaVinci Resolve has fewer of those, but they give you the tools that you can replicate or vastly improve on them if you want to. And they still have plenty of those, like, pre-built for you, just maybe not as many, if that makes sense. And then DaVinci Resolve does not screw around with stuff. Like, you can output tons of stuff in various formats all before you ever have to pay. There are some limitations, and I have not paid for the studio version. One of these days I intend to, but Austin, yes, I in fact am playing with my balls. The Bowding balls. I know I'm sure they keep clacking and the microphone's picking them up. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, DaVinci Resolve, 100% at this stage. Like, I recommend it to anyone, even if it's not video that they're looking to do. If they're looking to do audio stuff, like, DaVinci Resolve can do, I don't want to say everything Audacity can do, but it's very, very close. Oh, the Jeffrey Toobin reference. His first name was Jeffrey, right?
I don't know.
That's terrible.
Yes.
Fair, but terrible.
For what it's worth, my mom uses DaVinci Resolve, and she's not that techy. Like, I have successfully taught her how to look things up, but she's not a tech person. And she doesn't have issues using it. Like, if she needs to figure out something, she just looks up a YouTube tutorial, because it's such a popular program, and it doesn't have like this culture vibe of, ooh, it's for the professionals around it.
Yeah.
So people are actually making tutorials for beginners.
Yeah, it's really weird how that is kind of a thing. So first off, it is no harder to use than any other video editor. Well, I mean, if you want to it's no harder to use than Final Cut or Premiere Pro. I would even argue I think it's easier, but I think part of that is just how my brain is wired. Some of the stuff in DaVinci Resolve, I think, is, this will sound weird, but if you're a programmer, you approach DaVinci Resolve, and if you encounter Fusion, you're immediately going to go, oh, hell yeah, this is like so much stuff, just programmer mentality is written into DaVinci Fusion. But Resolve as a whole is basically like any other video editor. There's no big techie stuff that you have to learn or understand that you wouldn't have to with the others. And yeah, the culture around DaVinci Resolve is so good. There's a Discord server that I'm on. I think it's technically unofficial, but it is just known as the DaVinci Resolve Discord server. And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's unofficial, but only barely. And like, they have a channel that just posts whenever recognized people post tutorials, and there's several per day, and every single one of the tutorials or people that I've seen posting, these are all people who come on like, there's no pretension, they're not being dickish, they're not talking down to people, but and for the most part, they're also not doing the whole like, hey, look, you know that YouTuber who just did this? We're going to show you how to do exactly the same thing, just like him. I've seen a lot of that stuff with Final Cut. It's bad. But yeah, it's weird to say this, but like, they're all pretty nice people, and they're not jerks about it, which is a weird thing to have to say, but it's like, as communities go, most communities have a lot of people who are jerks.
Yeah, no, especially if it's supposed to be like a pro community.
Yeah,
those are the worst. And possibly the best part of DaVinci Resolve is that it's cross-platform.
Oh yes,
it works on everything.
That was the one thing that always made me nervous about using Final Cut. I just kept thinking, if a day ever comes along that I switch back to Windows for whatever reason, or something comes up, like I don't want to have to switch video editing software just because I switched OSs, and I don't want to have to, like, if I ever need to start rendering really long big videos, I don't want to, it has to be done on a Mac. That kind of sucks. I want to be able to build like a PC, leave it sitting in a room, and send my export to that. Like, this is a thing you can do with Resolve. You cannot do it with Final Cut. I mean, if you bought a Mac Mini or Mac Pro, sure, you can do that, but you're still stuck using Mac hardware.
Mac Mini is a good value computer, though.
Yes, Mac Mini is a mostly fantastic value computer. I know there are a couple of configurations you can get that I wouldn't say are the best choices, but yeah, as a whole, Mac Mini, great value. Carson, all you hear about from Final Cut Pro users is that they brag about the export times. Well, yeah, mostly because they haven't heard that DaVinci Resolve export times in a lot of cases are actually faster now. DaVinci Resolve, they reworked their rendering engine in, I think it was version 17. I might be wrong on that, but oh no, it had to be 17. But yeah, they reworked their rendering engine, and it matches or sometimes beats Final Cut. And in 18, I know they made it a little bit better, and especially they added a lot. They enhanced it even more for Apple Silicon. So generally speaking, it seems like it actually beats Final Cut most of the time now.
It's crazy that Resolve is free. Like, I know they have the Studio Edition that's ridiculously expensive or whatever. But
no, it's not, though. Their Studio Edition is $300, which is the exact same price of Final Cut Pro.
At one time?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. One time, $300.
And not only that, go on like B&H or Autorama, you can buy the Speed Editor board. It's a piece of hardware that's kind of like a video editor's keyboard sort of thing. You can buy that for $300, and it comes with a DaVinci Resolve license for free. So for the exact same cost as buying the software alone, you can get some hardware that is custom for that software, and it just comes with the software.
You might as well get this even if you're never going to use this thing.
Exactly. Yeah. They're so cool about this stuff. And that's not the only thing that comes with the software. You can also get it with Blackmagic cameras, not all models, but most of them, and with some of their other editing boards, which cost more than $300, but very notably, they have one board that is the exact same price as the software. And actually, technically, it's $295 for the board, but whatever.
They're both $295.
Oh,
but
yeah, whatever. Okay, yeah.
It is still crazy that this $300 piece of software has a completely free version with all the features most people will need. Like, it's iMovie, what iMovie used to be, but cross-platform.
See, I don't even like framing it as what most people need, because when you look at a list of the differences in features, it's tiny. Like, what you get with Studio is not much. Honestly, like that $300 price tag, if you're comparing the free version versus the Studio version and thinking like, how much am I getting for that $300? It actually sounds overpriced to pay $300 because you're not getting that many things. It only enables you to get the highest output, or I think it's 8K. Anything over 4K, I think, is off limits until you pay for Studio. I might have that wrong. Let's see. As I load it up. Open that page. Where's the pricing? Studio. Okay, so Studio. Okay, so it's for HDR. Wait. It adds more frame rate options. Where's the... Do they not have a nice little side-by-side list or something that lists their features? Damn it. How about under tech specs? Do they... Nope, that shows their hardware. Alright, I don't care. Anyway, there's a resolution limit. There are some of the, like, special effects that are only studio version. The big one...
It's a 32K resolution in studio.
Yes.
Why? Who is doing that?
I'm just gonna wildly guess. Probably, like, big billboard scenarios or something. I don't know.
Those are just, like, giant LED pixels.
Yeah.
They don't need to be 32K.
Well, think about, like, stage presentation, where you actually do need it to be at least moderately sharp. I could see there maybe being scenarios. And keep in mind, this is future-proofing, not much more than that.
32K.
But yeah. It kind of surprised... Well, no, actually that makes sense. Up to 120 frames per second video, which of course hardly anyone's ever going to actually render 120 frame video, but you know, you might. Someone might care about that. But it
looks like
there's a
the
lower
studio
limit.
version lets you SLI basically. You can it'll use multiple GPUs at once for encoding and stuff.
Yeah, that's also a thing. Okay, let's see. So, yeah, the free version of DaVinci Resolve allows you to edit up to 4K video. Or the Ultra HD 3840 by 2160, so 4K basically. And at 60 frames per second. So if you need to go over 60 FPS or 4K video, then you'd have to pay for Studio. But, I mean, how many people are doing that? Like, nobody.
I think probably the big sell for why it's $300 is the whole collaboration stuff.
But that was only added in 18.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the value proposition is the collaboration, which does seem pretty useful, like, if you're a studio.
Well, and it is kind of worth noting, the collaboration stuff, they have their cloud service, which you have to pay for separately. Or you can do it your own jury-rigged way, and it's a little bit more, or it's definitely more hassle doing it that way, but you can do it. So, yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
There's that. The big one, and actually, as far as I'm aware, this is the actual thing that sells this to most people. And it's funny because I'm about to explain why this doesn't matter, but for tracking purposes, for motion tracking, what they have is they have a 2D planar tracker. So basically, you can pick a point in a video and track forward and track back on this. So it basically will follow whatever thing you selected in your video. And it gives you basically a 2D track of this. They also have a 3D tracker that can interpret the, like, where something actually might be in a frame, and it can do more advanced tracking. The more advanced one, the 3D tracker, is only in the studio version. But the 2D tracker you can watch tutorials of people using this thing, and it's hilarious. They're doing so much with it. You would think that that's what a 3D tracker should do, Nah, 2D works great. So yeah, it's every single thing about the fact that they made this free, or that they have a free version, is nuts.
Yeah, I'm glad they do, because iMovie is not an option anymore. Like, God, I don't know what. Look how they massacred my boy with iMovie. It's just, it's so bad now. Like, you can't do anything. Everything's hidden behind 5,000 menus. Ugh. Like, when I got my Mac, my mom was like, I might want to borrow your Mac a few times to use iMovie. And I opened it up to see what it was like, and I was like, no, let's just get you DaVinci Resolve. Because I had used Resolve a bit earlier for a school project.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I know it's more advanced than what iMovie used to be, but at an entry level, it's what iMovie used to be.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of the big things. Like, it is an advanced piece of software. It is a non-linear editor, which some people really struggle with. I don't deny any of that stuff. But it's no harder than Final Cut or Premiere. And honestly, I don't know if you've ever used Premiere, it's bad. Their interface sucks. I don't know why anybody wants to use it. I think it's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, all I needed was basic, let me clip this and overlay audio tracks and do some fun fade transitions. And I didn't really have to leave the main tab in Resolve to do that for my project. So it worked well for that.
Yeah. And honestly, like, it takes, I don't want to say it takes a minute of learning or an hour of learning. Like, it's hard to pin that down, but it doesn't take long to learn. I would say, like, if you already understand the basics of how a nonlinear editor works, which isn't asking that much, it's a pretty straightforward concept. Carson, I will explain that in just a second. But if you know the basics of how this works, then learning how to do some of the things in DaVinci, or being told, like, here's how, if you want to do a special effect or something like that, here's what you click to make that happen, it is pretty straightforward. And then if you're told, if you want to do something more advanced and you need to go into Fusion, like, you just need to be told, like, a couple quick things, like 2 minutes of, okay, you're gonna want to put your playhead here, you're gonna want to click on this, and then you switch to this tab, and now you're doing special effects on that clip at this place. Like, it's so straightforward. You don't have a big learning curve, because a lot of things are just kind of logical and make sense.
Yeah.
So
there were a few things when I used it where it's like, I can't figure out why this isn't working, but for the most part, it was fine.
Yeah. And honestly, like, that's going to happen with any video editor.
Yeah.
If you're not used to them, then they all have some really weird, funky stuff. Okay, so to answer Carson's question, what does nonlinear editor mean? This is the best way to explain it is actually to compare it to, well, let me ask this. Have you ever edited a video in Google Photos, the Google Photos app? And this could apply to a lot of other video editors that are really lightweight. They are what I would refer to as sequencers. Basically, a sequencer is where you take a few clips of video and you pick the order that they play in. That's it. You just pick the order that they play in. And yes, you can trim them, you can cut them down, but you just pick their order. In theory, you could even add the same clip multiple times and put different parts of it in different places in a video, but it is a single straight line that just has a bunch of videos sitting in it. A nonlinear editor, basically you have a bunch of clips that you can kind of stack in different positions. You can pick where they begin, and when the video plays from left to right, whatever video is on the highest point in the stack, that's the one that kind of takes over the view. And it's more complicated than this. You also have like special effects that factor in with nonlinear editors. There's a lot of things basically you can kind of operate more logically, I think. I feel like they're more logical. And sequencers are basically just super basic. They don't have a lot to them. So that's the short version of a nonlinear editor. There are more complicated ways that you could sort of separate these two, but I mean, that really covers it. And if anyone's curious, and Zach, you might be interested in this too, I just put a link into chat. This is to a video that it's basically kind of like a short documentary. And I say short, which is, I think it was about 20 minutes, which to you I know is a lifetime, but
40 minutes.
Oh, is it 40? Okay, my bad. For some reason I remembered it being 20. But it is basically, it includes an explanation of why this is free software, or why they have a free version. Which goes back to this whole thing of the guy who bought it wanted there to be a free version, wanted to attach it to some of the stuff that they were doing in Blackmagic Design, etc., etc. But it's better the way this guy tells it. But yeah, if anyone's curious, this explains the background.
Also, I think possibly a more known example of a nonlinear editor would be like Audacity.
Yeah.
Or a bunch of different audio editors. They're nonlinear editors. They just don't have video tracks. They've just got all the. You can put in a bunch of different audio files, clip them around, move your clips between tracks, and wherever the vertical or the horizontal axis is your time, and the vertical axis is each track, and whatever track happens to be at the current time is going to be played.
Yeah. And Corbin, yes, still going. I actually had run out of topics just before Zach joined. And yeah,
now we're shilling for DaVinci Resolve.
We really are. I was gonna say earlier, like I wish they paid me to do ads, because like it's the one piece of software, well, one of few that I actually feel perfectly comfortable shilling for. It's so good. But, you know, with software that they don't really charge for, you know, I doubt they also would pay for anyone to do advertising. But yeah, it's so does your mom do a lot of video editing?
She does video editing because she's been doing like ads sort of for her for her yoga studio.
Okay.
And so she's been doing basic editing videos where she adds like title cards or overlay text or zoom effects or music overlays and narration and all that. So like not really something you could do with Google Photos Editor, something you can do with an ad-ridden mobile app, which I think she's done a few times.
Yeah.
But the thing that really you don't need all of DaVinci Resolve, but it's a good program at scaling, because for the simple stuff you just stay in the main tab, and if you want a little more advanced stuff, you go to the edit tab or whatever.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. And you know, it's kind of one of those things. Yes, it's overkill, but it does a few things very well. And that's how I would explain how a lot of people use Photoshop. Most people using Photoshop are using it for such a basic amount of its features. There's no one in the world who's using all the features of Photoshop. But it doesn't matter because it's what they know and it's convenient, and maybe it has a feature that they actually do need that's kind of hard to find elsewhere. DaVinci Resolve is one of those that's, as a video editor, it's a ton of features. But you're not going to find very many other video editors that are any easier to use without sacrificing almost the entire feature set.
Yeah, that was something I had trouble with when I was looking for a free video editor, because I didn't have a Mac when I was trying to do the school project. And it was like, oh, you can use Windows Movie Maker or something. the discontinued app that is technically still good, but
yeah,
looks terrible and barely runs. Or you can use Wondershare Filmora or whatever, the really scammy app that puts watermarks everywhere and steals your data.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could use DaVinci Resolve, and I honestly didn't trust Resolve at first, because it was like, why is this free?
Right.
And why is it asking for my email? But when I downloaded it, it was like, okay, yeah, this is really good.
Yeah, the email thing really put me off when I first tried it. And I still don't understand, and I don't think it's even a requirement anymore.
I don't think it is, but it was when I downloaded it.
But yeah, it used to be when you went to the website, you'd have to fill out a short form. It only had, I think, like 4 fields, something like that. It was, I think, enter your name, your email address, what you're going to use the software for, as in like personal projects or production work, or, they asked a couple of those, which is basically just survey question. And I think they might have asked one other thing, but yeah, it was so weird, and I felt not good about, hey, here's this software that I've heard is really good. I want to try it out. I don't want to enter an email address. And then, so I entered a spam catcher email address initially. And once I used the software for, I don't know, a month or two, it's like, oh, this is actually just straight up good. And they don't seem to be doing anything terrible, and I don't even see any sign that they attack the spam catcher account. All right, I guess next time I need to enter an email address, I'll just actually give it to them.
Yeah, like I gave them my email because I don't care enough to make a separate account for this.
Well, I have separate accounts for spam catching. I just pick one of them at random.
Yeah, I've just never had the motivation to make a specific spam account, and they didn't spam me, so it was good. And it's a good program. And like when my mom first started using it, she was using it with like a fairly old MSI gaming laptop. I think it had a 970M in it for the GPU, a GTX 970M, which I think that was mid-range when it was new.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very old, and it still worked fine. Like, obviously it wasn't incredible because it was a 970M.
Yeah, it's slow, but it gets you there.
They did well, or it worked well. And now she has my old Origin, which has a 2070 Max Q in it.
Yeah,
which is a lot better.
It is, I think, also somewhat notable that Carson coming up with a link to nice. So I don't, it's hard to judge from the way you're telling it, but I'm mildly, well, not that curious, but I feel like pointing out that at the time that you were using this initially, I'm assuming that was probably like DaVinci Resolve 16. And I
think it was 17.
Okay. I mean, it could be. How do you know how long ago?
it was really not like a few months before I got the Mac.
Oh.
So it was about a year ago.
Oh,
like
okay.
I might have.
Yeah, no, that was
used
17
it for something a few years earlier for like a minute, but
okay.
the first time I really used it was like a year ago.
Yeah, 100% that was 17, guaranteed. Because 16 would have been, I don't know for sure, but I want to say 16 was, they replaced 16 with 17 probably like mid 2020, maybe even a little earlier. And they've been on 17 for over a year, and they just pushed 18 2 months ago ish, something in that neighborhood. But yeah, 16 was noticeably slower and also a lot buggier. This was actually one of the bigger complaints about DaVinci Resolve going that far back. It had a tendency to crash if you pushed it in certain ways, and it wasn't always good at autosaving. So you really wanted to make a point of saving frequently. These days, I haven't seen it crash in forever, and I think the one time I did see it crash, it resumed exactly to where it was. I did not lose a thing. So at this point, rock solid. Carson challenged me to name a few of the apps that I sing the praises about. So I've been looking, I'm trying to find them, and I admit I'm having one hell of a struggle, but I will sing the praises about Solver. It is a seemingly simple app. It is a simple app. It's basically a notepad that does math in kind of like, kind of napkin math. You can change numbers live, but you can also just type in other stuff, and it kind of just works having all of these things put together. So you can basically write stuff in messy ways, and it just does math wherever there is a reasonable place to do math. Love that app. Use the hell out of that app. I have not bought Solver 3 yet because Solver 2 is still working for me, and I keep hoping Solver 3 is going to go on sale because I don't want to pay $40 for it. But other than that, honestly, like, I'm almost ready to just use the Apple credit that I have because it's worth it. After that, like, I kind of want to sing the praises of Visual Studio. Like, I run out of stuff to be happy with apps really quick. A lot of apps still. Visual Studio is great. I'm not using like the pro version these days, so I can't comment on it now, but it used to be so good, and I'm assuming it still is.
I'm an IntelliJ shill.
I like IntelliJ. I don't think it's that great. Like, it's good, but it's not special. Though, to be fair, if you compare it to anything else for writing Java, it is, by any objective measure, excellent. Everything else involving Java is just horrendously bad.
No, I like that IntelliJ has a relatively modern design for the UI. Like, from what I've seen of Visual Studio, it's still very mid-2000s Windows Server-esque.
Yeah, but you're talking about cosmetics. I'm talking about... Does it get the job done and give me tools that make the job go way, way faster? I don't care how it looks.
Cosmetics are less important.
Yeah.
But I like how it works. I like how it's laid out, and I'm sure a big part of that is because the first IDE I really used is Android Studio, which is just IntelliJ in a trench coat.
Yeah. And that is one of the things. Like, it being accustomed to something makes it so much better than just first approaching it.
Yeah. And like I tried Visual Studio a couple times, and I'm sure part of it is just because I'm pretty sure I was trying like to play around with C# or something.
I was gonna say, I know you hate all the languages that are likely to end up in Visual Studio, so yeah, that's a big part of it.
C# is, I don't like it. It's too. It's in the uncanny valley of similarity to Java and Kotlin, where I think I understand it, and then it just doesn't work.
I get what you're saying. I don't feel that way, but I totally get it.
And I don't like the naming convention. Everything should not be title case. I should be able to tell the difference between a class and a variable without editor highlighting.
See, that's the thing though, but when the editor highlighting is so good, I'm sorry, but
yeah, but like it's a
you don't care about
in
that
the
other
language.
stuff. You don't care.
It's a fault in the language when it relies on an editor to actually be usable.
Oh man!
And
the
it's
fact you're saying that,
language.
the fact you're saying that in any close proximity to Android development is, dude. I'm just saying,
well,
it's kind of like a Republican complaining about Pee Wee Herman doing his thing in the theater. Like, come on, you're not one to talk here. Android development is a disaster zone.
Yeah, but you can at least like that's an API and a framework, not a language. Like with Java and Kotlin does have some issues with this. Like, as convenient as type inference is, it does make it difficult to figure out what certain things are without an editor, without click-through and intelligent highlighting. That is a definite problem with type inference. But Kotlin's naming convention at least makes it obvious what's a variable and what's a class and what's an instance and what's a whatever else.
Okay,
like,
the other thing to be called out here is you're complaining about the common naming convention.
Yeah, I know you can change it. It's not a fault of the language, it's a fault of the creators.
I mean, I don't even like saying you can change it. It's not like a config file that you have to go and manipulate. You literally just write your variable names differently.
Yeah, but it almost is the first thing, because if you don't do that, your IDE is going to get all mad at you and have orange squiggles under everything.
Never had this happen with... I mean, don't get me wrong, I've had that happen with... does Android Studio yell at you for that? I don't remember.
Yeah, for naming conventions.
Okay.
If you make...
For the most part, I
just a variable.
Well, I start typing a name and it suggests a name for me based on the type it is or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I usually just hit tab or enter whatever it is and I let it autocomplete.
Yeah, it's just a scanning thing, like a mental load thing with C#'s naming convention.
The thing is, I don't think I've ever
a
used their
thing.
official naming convention. I've always done well, I generally do camel case, if I recall. So lowercase, first letter, title case on the rest. And
your class name should be title case.
Yeah, class names are always title case, no matter what. Variable names,
camel case.
Yeah.
Unless they're static, then they're snake capital case.
Well,
if it's a constant static,
yeah,
it should be snake capital. If it's a variable static, then it's camel case.
let's see. I actually have to remind myself. Snake case was...
Snake is underscores.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's weird because... okay, so I actually agree with doing that. What bothers me is all the times that I've seen people who do... And I don't do this, I want to make that clear. But in my mind, I'm so used to seeing code where anything that is a constant, static or otherwise, there are so many people who insist on making those all caps. And I detest those people to their soul. I think they are irredeemable completely. And yeah, whether there are underscores or not, I think they're awful. You should not have full caps anywhere in code unless you're writing C, C++. That's it. And C, C++, you kind of have to for what is effectively meant to be environment-specific variables describing magic numbers. Like, that is the only time you should ever have all caps in anything.
No, the all caps snake case is useful to denote a constant static value. Like if you're specifying a variable for like an intent extra key or something.
Yeah, and I get it. I just hate it.
That's snake capable because it's not variable. It's always going to be that.
And
I think Kotlin actually is more strict about that than Java. Like, Java won't be, your IDE won't yell at you if it's whatever, but if you have like a const value in Kotlin, I'm pretty sure it's going to tell you this should be snake case.
Yeah, I would probably turn off that lint check. Well,
it's just another like easy notation of this is something specific.
Yeah.
Like you've got your capital snake case, so you can easily tell, okay, that's a constant static. Well, that's wrong. Not all final variables should be capital.
Yeah, no. Final definitely should not.
Final is just the same as a variable. Java is dumb. It should not be, especially with Java's new type inference, final var.
Yeah.
It's just wrong. It like Kotlin does it right. Var and val. Val is a final variable.
Yep.
And var is a variable.
Yeah.
And they're the same. It's just one is read only. Java separates them too much with that extra keyword.
Oh god, Java is the most needlessly verbose language. and may I add, it is not just needlessly verbose as a language, but it has been turned, well, this was a community thing. Everyone somewhere along the way decided every little thing needed to be an object. You could never have anything that was like more than, like, I actually remember meeting a contractor once. Well, I've heard this said by a lot of people, but I remember this specific contractor. He used to say that if you have a Java file, a code file that's any longer than 45 lines, then you are doing Java wrong. And I used to mock this dude to his face because he deserved it.
This is along the same vein of the Linus Torvalds philosophy of if you've got more than 3 tab indents, you've got too much nested code.
This is a person who should not be credited with developing anything important because he's wrong.
He may have made Linux, but he has no idea how to program.
Look, it's just like that guy who came up with GIF. Just because you came up with it doesn't mean that you know how it's said. You got it wrong when you decided years later that you're going to call it GIF. Sorry, dude. It's getting taken away from you.
I can actually like see the argument for limiting horizontal tabbing back in when Linux was made, because all the displays were like 640 by 480, and if you had more than 5 characters on a line, it was gonna scroll sideways. But now it's less of a thing, and there's still like, you know, you don't want your
Oh, jeez. I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, you know, that sounds logical if we're still back in 1990.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah.
Although, well, three indents doesn't make sense. Like, you probably shouldn't be hitting 20 indents. That might be a bit of a code smell. Like, maybe it's time to extract to a function, because there's still a point where, like, if you've got a line that's like 3,000 characters long, you gotta break that up. It's not readable, but 3 tab indents is way too low for a modern display.
You know, this is reminding me in the worst possible way of the infamous Slack notification flowchart. I'm sharing it to the screen right now, and I'll let's see, how long is that URL?
Oh,
It's not terribly long. If anyone wants to look close, there it is in chat. Yeah, this is their flowchart of logic to determine whether or not they should send notifications to you over your phone. And yeah, it's just, I'm sorry. Anyone who looks at this and tells me, first off, anyone that looks at this and tells me that they're doing it right, you're wrong. But there's no way in hell this logic is ever going to happen with just 2 to 3 indents. It just won't. So
no, but I feel like a lot of this should be like delegated out to strategies or something.
I'm sure it is, in some way, shape, or form. This is. I'm sure they don't have one single long function
logic
that just it returns a bool. Should we send push notification? Yes or no? And it just, this is the function. I mean, maybe they do. I don't put it past them. Let's be honest. Slack has some pretty questionable stuff in it.
There's some crazy discrete math optimization you could do here to get it down to like 3 terms, but no one would understand what it's supposed to do.
I'm doubting anyone understands what it does now. But yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna make a truth table.
Yeah. It's full state machine time. Guaranteed. So yeah, I look at stuff like this and I think it's safe to say that there are times you have to write code that's a little bit more indented, a little bit more structured out. And honestly, some of the things that I've written in, depending on the language, oh my god, you literally don't have a choice in some languages. Anyone who ever wrote in Silverlight, oh, you know what I'm talking about. Silverlight on a Windows Phone 7 device. Ugh. Worst experience of my life. Not really, but close. I think I'd rather have kidney stones than write in Silverlight again.
I feel like Silverlight was huge for like 2 years, and then HTML5 came out, and everyone immediately ditched it.
I don't think Silverlight was ever truly huge so much as there were a few really big users of Silverlight, notably Netflix,
like
which
Netflix.
Even then, Netflix wasn't really using Silverlight. They were using the Silverlight codec for video. more than they were using Silverlight as an actual platform language. I mean, they were using it. That's what was running in some cases, but I don't think they were doing that much with it. Like, you weren't interacting with a lot of native stuff. You were interacting with a web page that included a Silverlight video player. That's, it's a very different thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, Silverlight was so bad. Especially on Windows Phone. Because what they did was, it was most of the Silverlight API, but minus a bunch of frameworks. And then it was locked down on some of the language features. So you didn't even have all of the language. You didn't have all of the native base framework. But then you had to use their custom, the additional framework for the phone. And they didn't have a good situation when it came to multitasking, managing your main thread. Let me say that. So they were doing very early the thing that Android didn't come to for many, many years, and they would kill your process if you did anything too long on the main thread. So you had to spin off worker processes for any sort of network or file I/O. This today is considered normal. At the time, it was less normal. It was understandable. No one was confused why this was happening. They explained it perfectly well. But the problem was, the only language function they had for this was your typical callback. And so you ended up with those giant waterfall anonymous methods, because no one wanted to sit down and write a crap load of boilerplate code for this smallest of callbacks, especially because they didn't hand variables back conveniently. You had to jump through miles of hoops to make any of that work. Or you could write anonymous methods that were just waterfalled into your code. And it was, I kid you not, for basic stuff, I'd have like stacks of waterfalls that went like 15, 16 deep. It was awful. To this day, I want to find whoever was responsible for that and just give them the most epic slap. Believe me, it's deserved.
I'm just happy I get to use Kotlin. The best coding language ever to exist and ever will exist.
Oh.
I will not be taking questions.
Okay, so we were talking about bad style guide decisions and problematic style guides, especially ones that are very, very strict. And this brings to mind the single worst thing that has ever happened in programming history: Golang. If you've ever written Golang, we're talking about the most awful experience when it comes to, if I remember, indenting. You have to follow their structure, even though it is not language required. It is their compiler actually forces you to follow their indenting standard. I believe that capitalization might be imposed, but I could be wrong on that. Like how things are capitalized. There's, the spacing around characters. There's requirements there. They have requirements for everything. And none of it is really, none of it has a reason to be mandatory. It's not like Python where indentation is, affects where a thing is in your code. They don't need this. They just choose it. And it is mandated. Golang is actual works of evil.
Looks like they use 8 spaces
What's that?
for indents.
Oh, 8.
It looks like they use 8 spaces for indents.
Yeah, something like that.
Instead of 4.
Yeah, they are very, very determined to be awful. And you cannot, in any way, shape, or form, use tabs. Which, monsters.
It looks like their online editor uses tabs. Yeah, it's definitely using tabs. It's just an 8-space tab.
They might be auto-correcting it, like at compile time or something, but truly horrendous. And their community is awful. The people in Golang are just inscrutable on so many levels. You know that meme about you're the person on the internet with the most punchable face, or something like that? Yeah, everyone who writes Golang, just all of them. One of these days, I totally am waiting for somebody to just come and hate on me for all my Golang hate. But it really is such a bad language. Which is a shame, because everyone will tell you it has the best, if you need to spin off a bunch of threads, it has a really good model for this. Worker threads in that language are great. I guess. I don't think they're that special. It's really not all that different from what you get if you mess with current Swift or Kotlin, within reason.
They call them Go routines.
Well, everything in the language technically is... Well,
no, one word. A Go routine. Like a co-routine.
Right.
But with a G.
But they have this, if I remember, and it's been a long time since I messed with Go, so I'm trying to remember for sure, but I think technically every method is by nature, you can call it as a worker process, or as a separate thread. Sorry, not as a worker process, but as a separate thread. But there's something that you had to do with them to make them operate that way. I don't think you had to note... it was like notation in your code. But not... Man, it's hard to explain what I'm talking about. You call it in your... as you're writing your sequential code... in the individual lines, you add, I think it was a keyword prior to calling the method. It's not...
Yeah, it looks like it's Go.
Is that it? Okay.
And you have to use a channel. I think?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Channel's separate. I think a channel's just an array.
I don't know.
Yeah, channels.
It's been so long since I've used it. It's hard to remember the specifics, and I blocked out some of it, I'm sure. And the biggest worst part about the language is not the language or the compiler, though those are pretty bad. But the worst part about the language, just go on Stack Overflow. Look for any place where someone has brought up a question asking, how do I do this thing? You will find every single answer is basically going to be the exact same thing. Somebody is going to tell you that the thing that you're trying to do is not damn it, I was trying to remember the word that they use. Everyone says it. Like, it's cult level fascination with this. It's the word that means that there's kind of like a standard or a convention in something. Oh, this is gonna bug me. I can't think of it right now, but Stack Overflow, Golang. I'm just gonna try looking up a couple of their questions. Anyway, people will constantly tell you basically you're doing it wrong because you want to do it at all. They will not give you answers that actually help you. They will just tell you you're doing it, that this is not something you're supposed to be doing. You should do it, like you should find some other way to just accomplish the thing that you want to do. And I don't mean that as like a workaround. I mean, like, just stop trying to add this function to your software, because the language just isn't gonna like that. You shouldn't try. They're just truly the worst people. Carson, no, not built in. It's I'm skimming over a bunch of questions and I'm not seeing it. It's a longer word too. Think more like it's not semantic or something like that. But that's not it. Anyway, this is gonna bug me because I know I'm gonna think about it like later tonight. Probably as soon as the stream is over, it'll immediately pop to mind.
I know the word you're thinking of, but I can't think of it either. I feel like it begins with a D.
Everyone describes the language as being this too, and it just... and I remember getting stuck on this once before. I think also during a different stream. I was just trying to think what was the term that they use. I was ranting to Corbin about this, and I could not remember the word then either. And I remember looking in their documentation and not being able to find it quickly, but I did eventually stumble across it. Oh man, no, not specification. It's when you hear it, you realize it's a very pretentious thing to say. And it's not a common word. That is also very key here. It is not a common word that they're using. Oh my god. It's funny. I started typing Golang is a, and one of Google's suggestions is Golang is a bad language. At least they know. Let's see, language criticisms. Someone has to have an answer to this here. Let's see. Okay, this guy brings up there's no function overloading and default values for arguments. I mean, that to me actually is not that big of a deal. Function overloading is awesome. It's very convenient, but I can see why that's not a big deal as long as you have an easy way to notate that you're basically passing in nulls and filling out junk fields. Lack of generics, that actually is a pretty big problem. Like, legitimately, that was a huge problem with it. Dependency management, error handling. Yeah, their error handling was iffy. Why is this person not using the word that I'm looking for him to use? How dare he? Oh man, this is gonna drive me nuts. I need to just like write this word down somewhere and have it like hanging on my wall so I can remember this terrible freaking thing. Someone started a Reddit thread titled, oh, it's an article. Oh, even better. Lies we tell ourselves to keep using Golang. That's kind of perfect. Oh, jeez. Why is this so hard to find? Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll look it up and I'll send it to the RambleCast chat room when I remember it later. Because I guarantee, like I said, I'm gonna get off stream and it's gonna be like 15 minutes, and all of a sudden it's gonna be like, oh yeah, it's this. Because it's a terrible word that they just decided they were gonna ruin more. Okay, anyway, so actually, speaking of getting off stream, it's 11 o'clock for you, it's 8 o'clock for me. Yeah. This is an hour past my typical latest time to end the stream, so it's probably a decent time to kill it.
Yeah.
So with that, thanks everyone for coming by, hanging out, being part of the conversation, listening to us ramble about video editing, code, and an assortment of other random things that sometimes don't make any sense at all. Let's see, I think this weekend I'm almost certainly gonna be game streaming both days. Actually, I guess quick weather check just to be sure. Oh, well then. Okay, Saturday I'm probably streaming. Sunday, it looks like it's gonna be 87, which is kind of on that real iffy side. So I might skip Sunday. Then Monday's actually even hotter. That sucks. So yeah, Saturday's fairly likely. Sunday probably not. Yeah. Anyway, if you'd like to support the channel, check out the links down below for Streamlabs, Cash App, or Patreon. Let's see. As usual, Elon Musk is not supporting this channel, though he should be. And with that, I will see you all in the next one. Oh, Zach, did you have anything that you wanted to plug, say, or pitch? Okay.
I'm good.
Well, with that, good night, everybody.